Chapter 275 Pulse Condensation Breakthrough. Chapter 275 Pulse Condensation Breakthrough. Chapter 275 Pulse Condensation Breakthrough. Breakthrough? Humph. It's only bone forging, true essence overflowing. The bottleneck between the bone forging stage and pulse condensation period isn't too big or too small, but you still have to connect your meridians and open them. How could it be so quick? The zither faction old woman curled her lips in disdain. There seemed to be more and more miracles happening with Lin Ming, making her increasingly unhappy. The bottleneck between the bone forging stage and the pulse condensation period was one that every martial artist would inevitably encounter. If their foundation was poor, then a martial artist would be mired at this bottleneck for several years, or even dozens of years. But if too long a time passed, then that also meant the end of their martial arts path. To talents within a sect, breaking through to the pulse condensation period wasn't anything too difficult. For a breakthrough, it would take a few months, even half a year was extremely normal. But young talents were always racing against the hands of time. To them, several months were an incomparably precious treasure. The old woman of the zither faction was already furious with jealousy and anger at Lin Ming, especially since he had managed to break through their zither faction's profound Wind 8 melodies. Shizongtian felt his beard, not speaking. He also felt that it was impossible for Lin Ming to break through the pulse condensation period so quickly. It was just that in that split second a moment ago, he had felt Lin Ming's true essence overflow into his meridians, but it was quickly contained by him. This boy, he's quite bold. He wants to make a full and complete breakthrough. After true essence overflows, that is a natural breakthrough, and using that as the basis creates the most solid foundation. Of course, it is also the most time-consuming method. Even in the 7 profound valleys, there were very few geniuses that would opt to do this. If they did, it would delay them by a massive amount of time. The gains simply didn't equal the losses. Lin Ming came from a humble mortal background. It was already very commendable that he had such broad vision of his own path. Shizongtian said, even if it's the pulse condensation bottleneck, at most it will take Lin Ming half a year. He'll definitely be able to smoothly break through to the pulse condensation period while he is 16 years old. For a 16-and-a-half-year-old martial artist to break through to the pulse condensation period, the result is already quite good even in a 4th-grade sect. It's only good. The zither faction sovereign harshly bit out this word. If this old bag of bones remembers, Sword Faction's Jiang Baoyun also reached the pulse condensation period when he was 16-and-a-half years old, and my zither faction's Wuxin was only 2 months later than him at 16 years and 8 months. The difference between them isn't much. Baoyun and Wuxin are both great talents. Shizongtian knew that this old woman cared much about face, was not magnanimous at all, and also had a short fuse. It was best to just agree with whatever she said. Shizongtian's reason why he thought Lin Ming was valuable wasn't in his cultivation speed. For him to reach the peak bone forging stage at 16 years of age was also the standard for a medium 6th-grade talent. It simply couldn't be regarded as a monstrous genius. However, what he valued in Lin Ming was his perception, soul force talent, thunder origin energy fusion compatibility, and the mysterious true essence and body he had. Thank you for staying your hand, Lin Ming said to Qin Wuxin as he bowed. His sudden enlightenment had lasted for 10 breaths of time. During this time period, besides the natural true essence that protected his body, Lin Ming was completely undefended. If Qin Wuxin had seized this opportunity to use the profound Wind 8 melodies, then Lin Ming would have suffered serious damage. Losing the match wouldn't have been too significant, but if he had been broken out of his sudden enlightenment and ruined his chances to enhance his cultivation and perception, then that loss would have been utterly disastrous. Qin Wuxin calmly said, "You and I have neither hatred nor enmity. Naturally, I would never do something so malicious and evil-hearted against you. Now that your sudden enlightenment has ended, let us bring this show to its finale. Millimeter, okay." Lin Ming flourished the heavy profound soft spear. This time he was eagerly anticipating validating the new strength of flow like silk. 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments began to tremble with excitement, even the heavy profound soft spear began to shake in his hand. Profound Wind 8 melodies, double crescendo. Qin Wuxin's hands touched the zither, her fingers furiously twisting the strings. A slowly building tempo began to gain traction and a double profound wind 8 melodies began to howl in the wind. This was the first time that she had ever used this technique in true combat. The first reason was that the double profound wind 8 melodies consumed a great deal of true essence. The second reason was that if Qin Wuxin faced an opponent that tried to rush up by her side, it gave her very little time to save up the required true essence. As for those that couldn't rush up to her, she didn't need the double profound wind 8 melodies to deal with them. As the zither melodies flowed forth, the entire martial stage filled with a myriad of sounds, the churning of wind, the songs of birds, the crushing waves of a tsunami, the rumbling sound of thunder. Bass, tenor, low pitch, high pitch, all these sounds resounded and superimposed up each other, chaos without end. Lin Ming shut both of his eyes. In the void, nothing could escape his perception. More than half of the sonic waves do not contain true essence. The double crescendo profound wind 8 melodies has altogether 16 sound waves that contain murderous intent. As for the rest, none of them contain any attack power. A long spear swept out, 10,000 vibrating filaments of true essence howled forth. Peng 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 peng. The beating of a cavalry, the cracking of a silver bottle. Sounds erupted, arias ruptured, the martial stage's protective shield began to tremble. This time Lin Ming did not use some wonderfully exquisite technique, but used absolute brute force. Everything was swept away. His spear was like a dragon, unstoppable, irresistible, overwhelming. A single spear crushed 5 sounds. The second spear broke apart another 4. After 4 spears, all 16 sound waves that contained murderous intent were completely pierced by Lin Ming. 10,000 vibrating filaments of true essence, flow like silk, is more than twice as powerful as before. Lin Ming was very shocked. These 10,000 filaments of true essence had just divided, and yet it was already powerful to this degree. If it was further increased, its power would be even greater. In the memory of the Supreme Elder from the realm of the gods, flow like silk could split into millions, or even billions of filaments. If they were combined with the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, just what degree would its power reach? Bang! Lin Ming shattered every zither sound, his spear thrust straight towards Qin Wuxin's neck. The wind whistled and the azure true essence tore through the atmosphere. Qin Wuxin could already feel an aching pain on her neck from the intense cold on the tip of the spear. As the heavy profound soft spear contained the concept of wind, its speed had reached the extreme. Qin Wuxin didn't move, only watched as the long spear approached her. Suddenly Lin Ming pulled back his strength and the spear suddenly stopped, the shaft still trembling and the azure true essence still flashing. The cold bright spearpoint was less than half an inch from Qin Wuxin's slender jade-like neck. The cold spear light and delicate skin, the aura of chilling slaughter suddenly formed a sharp contrast against the peerless beauty of an amazing woman. With such strength in sharp opposition to a gently soft charm, it created a remarkable image. Lin Ming gripped the shaft of the heavy profound soft spear, his heart somewhat surprised. Although he was confident that Qin Wuxin could not dodge this spear, he hadn't expected that she would remain completely motionless. You won't evade? Since I cannot evade, then why evade? Qin Wuxin had restored her precious tranquil expression. Facing the wantonly cold spear light, she didn't even bat an eye. Even if she was the first-ranked disciple of the Zither faction, Qin Wuxin was still poor at close combat. Once someone was able to close in on her, that basically meant that she lost. Qin Wuxin had no way to use a melee weapon. Lin Ming retrieved his long spear, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Lady Qin has superb bearing, I apologize for offending you." Qin Wuxin tossed her long sleeves and picked up her zither. Over these years, Qin Wuxin had never placed her zither within her spatial ring. This was similar to how the sword faction carried their swords on their backs, and was an equally good approach to increasing her awareness of her zither's feelings. Lin Ming, victory. With the announcement from the referee elder, the audience couldn't help but lament in silence. Lin Ming was simply too strong. Even Qin Wuxin, who had reached large success of her zither heart, had lost. Except Jiang Baoyun, Mugu Buyu, and Ouyang Ming, there was nobody that could contend with his strength. At this time, The gambling house had already increased Lin Ming's odds to 1:6. This was the same as Ouyang Ming. Lin Ming didn't care much about this. He returned to the contestant waiting area and chose a quiet corner where he placed a sound-insulating barrier. Xingxuan, come over to me. Lin Ming beckoned to Qin Xingxuan in the audience with a true essence sound transmission. As the boy and girl became increasingly familiar with each other, Lin Ming no longer called Qin Xingxuan Miss Qin. Millimeter, okay. Qin Xingxuan was in a very good mood as she walked over. Lin Ming's winning streak hadn't surprised her. What had surprised her was that during every match, Lin Ming would also show a new and unexpected ability that was beyond her expectations. In fact, Lin Ming hadn't achieved a landslide victory against Qin Wuxin or Jiang Lanjian. However, as these strange and mysterious abilities surfaced during each match, Lin Ming's momentum increased until it rivaled someone like Ouyang Ming. Xingxuan, can you help guard me? I need to meditate for a moment and cultivate. After the 9th round had ended, it was time for lunch, so there was a full 2-hour relaxation time. Lin Ming had obtained many insights and he wanted to fully absorb them as soon as possible. At the same time, his bone-forging stage true essence was constantly overflowing, and there was an anxious feeling like it would explode from his bones. Lin Ming had been forcefully suppressing this true essence and felt very itchy and a bit aching, like all his bones were swelling. He wanted to break through to the pulse condensation period immediately. Guard you? You want? Qin Xingxuan was surprised. She didn't know what Lin Ming was going to do. I'm going to break through to the pulse condensation period, Lin Ming calmly said. Not too long ago, breaking through to pulse condensation had been his lifelong pursuit, but now he had arrived at this step at only 16 years of age. Not only that, but he had made a perfect breakthrough where his true essence had autonomously overflowed. But as this grand moment arrived, he still remained completely tranquil. This was because he had personally experienced the talent of someone like Mu Qianyu, and he knew that a little pulse condensation period was nothing at all. Break through to the pulse condensation period? Qin Xingxuan was shocked. Your meridians have already connected. Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded, not wasting any time. Although this rest period was long, it still wasn't too much time, and he also knew that the inspirations he received were fleeting. He didn't even have enough time to find a quiet room, instead just placing some cloth up to keep out the sound and then sitting down to meditate and revolve his true essence. Under the guidance of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming soon entered an empty state of mind. Despite all of the chaos around him, he was unaffected by any of it. True essence broke through from his bones, his body was like a floodgate that was opening, and all of the true essence poured through and endlessly surged into his meridian. This boy, in the grand hall above the square, Shizongtian had been paying close attention to Lin Ming. He saw as Lin Ming walked over to a quiet corner and then sat down in mediation to revolve his true essence. He was suddenly startled. True essence had broken out of his bones and flowed into his meridians. This was clearly breaking through to the pulse condensation period. This is the pulse condensation period. He broke through so quickly, his meridians must have already been linked up. It was just that he had been suppressing his true essence, and wanted to wait for his bone-forging true essence to overflow. Shizongtian had amazing eyesight. He had already seen through Lin Ming's condition. The wrinkled expression of the Zither faction's old woman suddenly became extremely ugly. Just a moment ago she had absolutely asserted that it was impossible that Lin Ming had broken through to the pulse condensation period, but in less than half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming had actually sat down and began to meditate through his breakthrough. This was simply slapping her in the face. He just reached 16 years of age and is already at the pulse condensation period. Throughout the last several hundred years of the 7 profound valleys, he was the only one to do so. Even if he were placed within Divine Phoenix Island or some other 4th-grade sect, this would be a top-line talent. The Sword faction's great elder was incomparably surprised. This boy's future is limitless. Haha, with Jiang Lanjian and this boy, my 7 profound valleys will enter into a prosperous age. As the surrounding elders discussed and their appraisal of Lin Ming rose higher, the Zither faction sovereign's expression became all the more ugly. At this moment, Shizongtian suddenly said, "No, something seems. This boy, has he comprehended a martial intent?" Chapter 276 Tempering Marrow Realm. Chapter 276 Tempering Marrow Realm. Chapter 276 Tempering Marrow Realm. Martial intent. With these two words from Shizongtian, all of the elders present were shocked. As they looked carefully, they saw that Lin Ming really had entered into a strange state, as if everything around him had no influence on him at all. This state was consistent to the supplementary martial intents that were described in the ancient texts. A martial intent was something that could only be discovered, and couldn't be sought. One could only comprehend one through their own lucky destiny, and this had absolutely nothing at all to do with a martial artist's talent. It could even appear in the body of an ordinary person, or it could even appear in a completely wasted body. Geniuses could be filtered and raised through generations by breeding, but a martial intent could not. In fact, in the countless talents of the 7 Profound Valleys younger generation, there still wasn't a single person that had managed to comprehend a martial intent. He actually comprehended a martial intent. This fellow has such dogsha *T luck. There must be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. The Zither faction's old woman clenched her teeth like rabid dog, glaring at Lin Ming with her eyes and chest rising and falling like a frog. She was angry to the point that she couldn't speak. This country bumpkin boy from the 36 countries had actually defeated her most beloved disciple and had broken her Zither faction's core cultivation method, the Profound Wind's 8 melodies. And what was most irritating was that this fellow had actually made a breakthrough in the middle of battle, and now even showed a martial intent. All of this was madly slapping her in the face over and over again. She felt that the Zither faction had only served to show Lin Ming's superb qualities in contrast. How could someone arrogant like her even take this? Shizongtian didn't care about the Zither faction sovereign's reaction, he only looked towards Mu Qinghong with some worry in his eyes. Shizongtian's mood was extremely contradictory at the moment. While he wanted Lin Ming to become better and better, he also feared that Divine Phoenix Island came here to plunder their talent. It could be said that he was struggling with the positives and negatives. Mu Qinghong smiled but didn't say anything. She already knew that Lin Ming had connected all of his meridians so that he wouldn't have a bottleneck from the bone forging state to the pulse condensation period. But she hadn't expected that his breakthrough would occur so quickly. He reached pulse condensation just after reaching 16 years of age. Compared to Qianyu, he's slower by about 8 months. Still, this extreme speed is already very rare. I cannot imagine what sort of future this child will have. Mu Qinghong's heart was filled with anticipation. Mu Qianyu was a fire attribute talent, Mu Bingyun was an ice attribute talent, and with the thunder attribute talent Lin Ming, that would be 3 peerless talents. In the future, they would become powerhouses that would be able to change the entire situation in the South Horizon region, and maybe even deter that Titan hiding within the South Sea. As the 9th round ended, the afternoon lunchtime finally came, and Lin Ming was still sitting in meditation, immersed in the ethereal martial intent as he was before. Of course, Qin Xingxuan hadn't gone out for lunch. A martial artist could easily skip a few meals, and even going for several days without sleep wouldn't affect them too much. Jiang Baoyun hadn't left. Instead, he polished his treasure sword as he casually sat in a chair at the contestant waiting area, gazing at Lin Ming from afar. Pulse condensation period, Jiang Lanjian murmured as he sat near Jiang Baoyun. Millimeter, Jiang Baoyun nodded. For a genius martial artist, it was easy to use the pressure of a true battle in order to break through. This was also the reason that so many martial artists had come to the Total Faction martial meeting. Things are becoming more and more interesting. I thought that Lin Ming would just have me be a little serious, but now, as Jiang Baoyun said this, his 2 bright eyes flashed with a thick fighting spirit. You think that he might defeat you? I can't say. Jiang Lanjian was surprised. In his experience, Jiang Baoyun had always been a very arrogant man who had a very high view. There were very few peers that he considered his opponents. But now it seemed he had a high opinion of Lin Ming. Jiang Lanjian said, I've fought against him. Although I'm not his match, I was still able to face him. My concept of wind was able to wound him. But against you, my concept of wind doesn't work at all. I can't even touch the hem of your robe. Haha, sometimes these disparities can't be so easily explained. Haven't you seen that after he fought Qin Wuxin, His strength has been constantly growing. I've noticed, but I don't think the progress he's made will be able to cover the gap between you two. Even though he broke through to the pulse condensation realm, he just recently broke through, the amount of strength he's gained is limited. Just wait and we'll be able to see. If there isn't an accident, Lin Ming will definitely face Mugu Buyu before me. Mugu Buyu's strength cannot be underestimated. That fellow's attacks are strange and peculiar. Even if it's me, I can't guarantee that I will be able to defeat him. After Lin Ming and Mugu Buyu fight each other, I'll be able to see just where the limits of his strength are. As time passed, Lin Ming's breakthrough gradually entered into the critical period. True essence flowed from the body into the organs, from the organs into the bones, and from the bones into the meridians, where it began to revolve through every inch of flesh, making a full revolution and nurturing the body before returning to the organs and muscles, completing a full circle. As true essence flowed into the meridians, it created a circulation that revolved within the body. This was the greatest difference between the pulse condensation period and the bone forging stage. If true essence flowed into the organs and bones, it was just like a carriage running into shallow seas and swamps, it would just be mired there. However, if true essence penetrated the meridians and flowed there, it was like a fast racing horse on a spacious main road. There was simply no comparison between them. After this circulation continued on for several revolutions, Lin Ming felt heart suddenly still. Millimeter? This is. In that instant, Lin Ming could clearly feel a microscopic amount of true essence seep into the deepest part of his bones, fusing into his marrow. True essence tempering marrow. Lin Ming was jubilant with happiness. The Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians was a top body transformation cultivation method that had been passed down the realm of the gods and contained the accumulated knowledge of over 1 billion years. Although this cultivation method couldn't be considered incomparably precious within the realm of the gods, in terms of the body transformation stage, it was the most perfect and complete method, and the highest level cultivation method that existed. There was nothing better. Sky Spill Continent's body transformation cultivation methods only contained 6 stages. Above the 6th pulse condensation stage were the essence gathering stages, which included the Hutian realm and the Xiantian realm. This was already a separate branch of cultivation from body transformation, instead turning towards true essence cultivation and soul cultivation. However, the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians contained additional stages above pulse condensation. This included tempering marrow, where true essence entered the marrow, and after that was opening the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. After one accomplished this, their fist could shatter the sky, their feet would crack the world, and their roars would have the strength of heavenly tribulation. With just a single all-out attack, they could collapse moons and sink stars. Even though the memories contained such exaggerated descriptions, Lin Ming still believed in them. However, he had always been a bit worried subconsciously. He worried whether or not he could achieve the tempering marrow realm that was above the pulse condensation period, or whether the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians that he cultivated had flaws. After all, the human bodies of those that lived in the realm of the gods might be different from those that live in Sky Spill Continent. What if he was unable to reach the tempering marrow realm? And now, after Lin Ming had just stepped into the pulse condensation period, he had finally felt a tiny bit of true essence enter into his marrow. How could he not be excited about this? If he could open the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, even if Lin Ming abandoned stepping into the Hutian realm and Xiantian realm, with just the cultivation of body transformation he could still become a supreme powerhouse of his generation. After this tiny trace of true essence, Lin Ming continually attempted to push the true essence into the tempering marrow boundary. However, despite any actions he took to stimulate his true essence, it remained just above the bone and would not enter the marrow. Until the end, his true essence overflow had finally ended, and he had only managed to push a tiny, insignificant amount of true essence into his marrow. Lin Ming sighed and shook his head. It seems like it must be done as recorded in the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians. I'll need to use top-quality pills in order to wash the muscles and cleanse the marrow, and I'll have to remove the foul Hutian air. I don't know how hard this might be, but it might be more difficult than even stepping into the Hutian or Xiantian realm. Top-quality pills. I'll need many of these top-quality pills. What sort of pills could be called top quality by a supreme elder of the realm of the gods? Is a heaven-opening pill sufficient? Lin Ming lacked confidence that he could find a reasonable path. Even if he immediately became a core disciple of the 7 profound valleys, a pill at the rank of the heaven-opening pill wasn't some joke. Its value was incalculable and it wasn't something that could be sold anywhere. Well, if I can win the martial meeting and become the champion, I will be able to obtain a future promise of a heaven-opening pill. However, I'll need to be at the peak Hutian realm before it can be honored. I'll have to figure out some way to get it ahead of time, otherwise I don't know how long it will take me to reach the peak Hutian realm. Thinking this, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes. He had officially stepped into the pulse condensation period. Lin Ming, you really broke through. Qin Xingxuan smiled. She had been constantly guarding him by his side, and hadn't even moved a tiny step away. Naturally, she could not let anyone disturb Lin Ming during such a critical time period. This feeling of being trusted so completely by Lin Ming, Qin Xingxuan found that it was extremely to her liking. I just broke through and my cultivation hasn't consolidated. My strength probably hasn't increased by much. As Lin Ming said this, he inadvertently glimpsed Jiang Baoyun staring at him from some distance away. Jiang Baoyun smiled and nodded his head, greeting him. Lin Ming also returned a smile in return. He thought in his heart, this Jiang Baoyun's eyesight is just like a sharp sword, it's as if he completely saw through me. Although he can't understand my strength, he's able to roughly approximate just how strong I am. For him to look at me with such confidence, it seems that I can't underestimate him. At this time, the afternoon lunch break finally ended, and the contestants were beginning to file back into the arena. Most of the people that entered glanced at Lin Ming, their eyes contained envy, awe, fear, admiration, and even resentment. Lin Ming had already been very strong, but now he was even stronger and more abnormal. As the afternoon matches finally started, as of this moment, the only contestants left with complete victories were Lin Ming, Huoyang Luo, Mugu Buyu, Ouyang Ming, and Jiang Baoyun. The fights were becoming extremely heated, and the collisions of masters became more and more frequent. Even powerhouses like Jiang Lanjian and Qin Wuxin were showing up often. During the 10th round, 5th match, Huan Xiaodai fought against Huoyang Luo. Huang Xiaodai used all her attack styles and created countless illusions. However, Huoyang Luo was able to hang on and stimulate his true essence, finally summoning the flame essence within himself to defend and then attack. The medium-grade human step flame essence formed a ring of molten rocks around Huoyang Luo. All of the illusions and phantoms were completely melted away by the abyssal flame. As Huoyang Luo approached step by step, all of Huan Xiaojia's moves were nullified. Finally, she was defeated. The audience sent out waves of acclamation, especially the disciples of the refiner faction. They were simply mad with excitement. Haha, elder senior apprentice brother is too fierce, he won again. It seems our refiner faction can really hope to reach the top 5 this time. Of course, our elder senior apprentice brother is one of the 5 contestants left with complete victories. If you look at the other 4 people, Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu are without a doubt freaks at a different level. Lin Ming and Ouyang Ming are also 2 absolute farm animals, but our elder senior apprentice brother isn't much weaker than them. With the medium-grade human step flame essence in his hand, who can stop him? The refiner faction disciples spoke with great enthusiasm. At their side, a young zither faction girl was not happy. What do you mean? If our senior apprentice sister hadn't encountered some abnormal fellow, then she would absolutely still have complete victories now. Are you saying that our senior apprentice sister is weaker than your Huoyang Luo? Chapter 277 Against the Fire Dragon. Chapter 277 Against the Fire Dragon. Chapter 277 Against the Fire Dragon. The refiner faction disciples spoke with great enthusiasm. At their side, a young zither faction girl was not happy. What do you mean? If our senior apprentice sister hadn't encountered some abnormal fellow, then she would absolutely still have complete victories now. Are you saying that our senior apprentice sister is weaker than your Huoyang Luo? Hehe, we're not saying that. The several refiner faction disciples lewdly smiled, their eyes involuntarily scanning up and down the body of the young Zither faction girl's body. The refiner faction disciples were almost all men. It was because in the mortal world, their refining occupation would be equivalent to a blacksmith. There were very few women that were willing to withstand striking iron for hours on end and endure the harsh conditions. These young men almost never saw women, and now they witnessed rows upon rows of beautiful Zither faction girls here. It was simply an intense visual shock. They couldn't help but salivate and continue gulping over and over. The Zither faction girl was disgusted as she saw these vulgar young men. She icily said, "Just you wait. Sooner or later your senior apprentice brother Hua will have to battle with our senior apprentice sister Qin. Then you'll be able to see just how fierce the Profound Wind 8 Melodies is." Haha, the Profound Wind 8 Melodies only sounds scary. This morning, wasn't it that bumpkin Lin Ming from the 36 countries that broke through that technique in a single attempt? Our senior apprentice brother Hua has a medium-grade human step flame essence in his control. Who can break something like that? Let alone Lin Ming, even if it were Jiang Baoyun or Mugu Buyu, if they ran into our senior apprentice brother's flame essence, they would still have to retreat. Aren't you afraid of the wind cutting your worthlessly flapping tongue? According to your own words, do you actually think your senior apprentice brother Hua can take first place? I didn't say for sure that he will take number 1, I only said that no one can block senior apprentice brother's flame essence. At most, they can only evade it. A medium-grade human step flame essence is a power that a pulse condensation martial artist just can't resist. The refiner faction disciple's words were thick with a refined sense of superiority. He condescendingly waved and continued, "You're not a refiner faction disciple, so you have no idea what significance a flame essence has. Your senior apprentice sister Qin losing to Lin Ming is an undeniable fact, and our senior apprentice brother Hua keeping his winning streak is also an undeniable fact. Even if he meets Ouyang Ming or Lin Ming, senior apprentice brother Hua can still fight. Once he takes out the flame essence, he has at least a 50-50 chance of winning. If he went up against your senior apprentice sister Qin, then, I'm afraid that all of her clothes would be burnt off by fire." "You, shameless hooligan." The Zither faction girl glared angrily at the refiner faction boys. Us brothers are good enough, would you like to try us?" The disciples of both sides argued, their dispute growing more and more fierce. The refiner faction disciples had extremely salacious expressions. Although they couldn't eat these beautiful women in front of them, they could at least take liberties and sexually harass them. As for the young girl of the Zither faction, her face was filled with utter loathing. At this moment, the referee announced, 11th round, first match. Lin Ming against Huayang Luo. Hearing this, the refiner faction disciple seemed a bit muddled. The Zither faction girl's eyes immediately brightened. She had been hoping that Huayang Luo would hurry up and fight with Qin Wuxin so that she could show this refiner faction disciple just who was better. But although it wasn't Qin Wuxin, going up against Lin Ming was also good. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, you can do it. I'm cheering for you. Junior apprentice brother Lin, kill that bastard Hua in a second. Junior apprentice brother Lin, we love you." In the audience, the young female disciples of the Zither faction were cheering for Lin Ming, their sweet voices crisp and clear. Maybe because it was the influence of their well-groomed temperament, but their cheering began to find an identical rhythm, and soon their cheers were loud enough to shock everyone around them and attract the attention of the entire audience. Lin Ming was also flabbergasted. He looked at that crowd of extremely beautiful girls that were cheering for him, and his expression turned a little strange as he traced his nose. "I don't think I know them." Lin Ming had already been in many matches. Because this was the home stage of the 7 Profound Valleys, the so-called cheers that Lin Ming had received so far were jeers and heckling from the crowd. But now, for the first time, there were actually people unexpectedly cheering for him. Not only that, but it was a rabid mass of frantic young girls. This caused Lin Ming to not really be able to enjoy his first fans here. In the audience, Qin Xingxuan looked at the crowd of young Zither faction girls with a bit of confusion and puzzlement. But then, this puzzlement immediately switched to a wary vigilance. Although Qin Xingxuan's natural temperament was tranquil and calm, she was still a young girl and had the sensitivities of a young girl. She quickly realized that at the end of this tournament, Lin Ming was destined to join the 7 profound valleys. But as for herself, she might need to wait several years before she could join. Thinking of the beautiful girls of the Zither faction and Mirage faction, Qin Xingxuan felt a sudden sinking sense of crisis in her heart. If such a group of Lin maniacs had developed in only several days, then she had no idea what would happen in the future. As the young girls of the Zither faction cheered for Lin Ming, the Refiner faction disciples naturally wouldn't let themselves be outdone. Senior Apprentice Brother Hua, we believe in you. Senior Apprentice Brother Hua, wreck him. The two sides' cheers were in sharp opposition of each other. On the martial stage, Huiyang Luo didn't have complete assurance that he would win. Lin Ming's strength had been evident for anyone to see. But as long as he had the flame essence in his hand, Huiyang Luo also had faith he could fight on even terms. You are very strong. Before this martial meeting began, I never would have imagined you would come this far. You defeated Fang Qi, Jiang Lanjian, and Qin Wuxin one after another. But don't think that defeating them means that you've defeated me. The way that I fight is completely different. As Huiyang Luo said this, he took out an exaggeratedly large red sword from his spatial ring. He hadn't even poured true essence into it, and yet a scorching heat wave blew out, as if he were holding onto a burning red-hot iron rod. Words are meaningless, let's fight. Lin Ming took out his heavy profound soft spear, and a surge of momentum flowed out with it. Match, start. With the referee's announcement, Huiyang Luo stimulated all of the true essence in his body. The high-grade human step treasure sword in his hand kindled with brilliant abyssal flames. This treasure sword was called the Abyss Blade. It was crafted after Huiyang Luo had obtained a flame essence, and personally tailored towards his strengths by a Refiner faction elder. A massive amount of precious and rare materials had been used in its production, so much that its soaring cost equaled that of a normal Earth-step treasure. It was only because there had been excessive care in trying to increase the power of fire origin energy within the blade that caused a minor impact on its quality so that it ultimately failed to become an Earth-step treasure. However, it was still a top-ranked treasure among all high-grade human-step treasures. With the Abyss Blade in hand, the abyssal flames burned even brighter. Layers of heat waves spread out, and soon even the tiles on the stage began to melt away. Ardent flames burning city. Huiyang Luo gave a loud cry, and the red abyss blade transformed into a roaring dragon. It rushed straight towards Lin Ming with a nearly unstoppable momentum. As the flame essence was displayed on stage, the disciples of the Refiner faction cheered out with all their strength. With the flame essence in his control and combined with the abyss blade's increased firepower, even Mugu Buyu or Ouyang Ming had to dodge this attack of Huiyang Luo. Lin Ming saw this fire dragon rushing towards him and slightly hesitated. With this slight hesitation, the fire dragon had already come directly in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming revolved the true essence within his body and poured azure true essence into his long spear. He stabbed out at the abyssal flame. 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments howled into the fire dragon. Everyone that saw this scene was shocked beyond measure. He took it head-on. Nobody believed that Huiyang Luo could become the champion, and very few believed he would even reach the top 3. But nobody doubted the power of the flame essence, especially under the increased range of strength from the abyss blade. Even dark steel would instantly melt under this high temperature. If a normal treasure lost its true essence protection, it would be reduced to slag under the abyssal flame. To most people, even if Jiang Baoyun was facing Huiyang Luo, he would still have to avoid the abyssal flames and use his quick speed and sword to attack Huiyang Luo, winning with a single strike. And yet Lin Ming actually met this attack head-on. The young girl from the Zither faction covered her mouth in alarm. As for the Refiner faction disciple, his expression was filled with excitement, waiting for Lin Ming to lose. In that split second, it was too late for anyone in the audience to respond. Lin Ming's spear had already inserted itself into the flame dragon's gaping maw. Azure true essence thundered forth. Huiyang Luo's lips curved up in a fierce grin. The reason he hadn't had confidence he could defeat Lin Ming was because of his erratic and evasive movements, and that spear of his that contained the concept of wind. He feared that Lin Ming would simply avoid his abyssal flames and attack him directly. But in terms of a head-to-head attack, Huiyang Luo had complete faith in his abilities. He galvanized all of the true essence in his body, and the power of blazing hot fire poured out into the heavy profound soft spear, shooting towards Lin Ming along the spear shaft. The power of fire was tyrannical and cruel. Once it impacted into Lin Ming, it would ruin his meridians. But at this time, Lin Ming's entire body erupted with an immense amount of true essence. The heretical god seed began to let out cries of excitement. An enormous coercive power came crashing down, imprisoning the power of fire that had broken into Lin Ming's body. Then, an irresistible suction force gushed out of the heretical god seed, directly pulling in the power of fire, using it to nourish the weak flame essence that hid within the heretical god seed. In terms of grade, Lin Ming's own flame essence was barely enough to be called the lowest and weakest of all low-grade human step flame essences. And this was only achieved after absorbing Hua Gong's hollow flame essence. But Hua Yanluo's own bodily flame essence was a true medium-grade human step abyssal flame. Generally speaking, the flames that a flame essence released were a single grade higher than the flame essence itself. For instance, Hua Yanluo's abyssal flame released flames that were at the high-grade human step level. In addition to the increased range of power from Abyss Blade, the strength of this flame had already reached the top tier among all high-grade human step flames. This top-tier high-grade human step flame was without a doubt great nourishment for the flame essence within the heretical god seed. The tiny flame essence within the heretical god seed began to greedily devour the power of fire, slowly growing. As the audience watched the scene on stage, all of them were dumbfounded. Lin Ming stood there in a lunging stance, his heavy profound soft spear thrust straight into the thick pillar of flame that was the fire dragon's maw. No matter how much Hua Yangluo urged his flames to grow and burn, Lin Ming hadn't even drawn back a single step. Under the smoldering flames, even the tiles under Lin Ming's feet began to melt. An azure true essence protective shield guarded Lin Ming's body. No matter how much the snakes of fire raged throughout the barrier of azure true essence, that barrier showed not even a single sign of melting. This scene was just like a mighty sea god stabbing a trident into a fiery dragon. No matter how much the fiery dragon struggled, it couldn't escape from the control of the sea god. This aura caused everyone's hearts to quiver. Impossible, this is impossible. How is this possible? No one was more shocked than the disciples of the refiner faction. The abyssal flame was a medium-grade human step flame essence. It was something that only a peak Hutian realm master could absorb. And now that the flame essence had the support of the abyss blade, if one wished to resist it, they could only do so with a higher cultivation. They would at least need to be at the extreme Hutian realm. Although all of these geniuses were truly formidable, no one thought that their strength could reach the extreme Hutian realm, not even Jiang Baoyun. Most of these so-called geniuses could at best compare with a middle Hutian master, and that was only the weakest middle Hutian master of the 36 countries. Chapter 278 The outcome is clear. Chapter 278 The outcome is clear. Chapter 278 The outcome is clear. The power of fire was continually being absorbed by the heretical god seed. The azure true essence within Lin Ming's body was kindled. The power of flame that flowed through his meridians created a very strong painfully burning sensation. However, it was only a burning pain. With the endlessly growing azure true essence protecting his meridians, they were incomparably tenacious, to the point where the power of fire couldn't damage them at all. At first, Lin Ming had absorbed the purple flood dragon divine thunder with the help of Mu Qianyu and the magnetic birthstone. However, that was a low-grade earth step thunder soul. In the face of this medium-grade human step flame essence, Lin Ming was completely able to independently deal with it. Of course, Lin Ming was only planning on absorbing a little bit of the abyssal flames. There was no way that Lin Ming would actually try to take the flame essence within Hua Yanluo's body, that was equal to creating a deadly blood feud with the Seven Profound Valleys refiner faction. Even if he had the backing of Mu Qinghong, there was no way he would do something so malicious and stupid. Flame essences were eternal, never extinguishing. Even if Lin Ming pulled out a large amount of the power of fire, a flame essence would only need a bit of supplemental material and energy in order to restore to its peak condition. The Seven Profound Valleys had accumulated countless resources from plundering the nearby lands, so using some materials to nourish a flame essence was just a drop in the proverbial bucket. After 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming's spear was still stabbed into the abyssal flame's fire dragon. He hadn't even taken a single step back. During this time period, Huang Luo had gone all out and dumped as much true essence as he could into his flame essence. He had even used all of his power that was born from desperation, but none of it was able to move Lin Ming even a bit. Huang Luo's complexion became increasingly ugly. He was simply unable to accept that this was happening to him. Although he acknowledged that he had a high chance of losing to Lin Ming, he thought that Lin Ming would rely on his speed to avoid the abyssal flames, and then close in on him to defeat him with a spear. He could barely accept that result. After all, Huang Luo understood that without the flame essence, his own individual strength wasn't any better than Fang Qi's. However, he never thought that in the face of his flame essence, Lin Ming wouldn't dodge or evade. Instead he just used his long spear to block. Not only that, but he had already blocked for over 10 breaths of time. Huang Luo poured his true essence into the flame essence as if he had unlimited amounts. After a while, he had already consumed 40% of his true essence, but Lin Ming still appeared like a mountain, unshakable and immovable. This is impossible. This is a medium-grade human step abyssal flame. My fire origin energy is at a 6th grade fusion. I used a massive amount of glacial ice divine spring waters, and rested on a polar jade bed, and even then I was just barely able to absorb this flame essence with my father's help, and yet this fellow is blocking it with his spear. Huang Luo's heart was filled with a sense of fading decline. It was just like a checkers master playing chess against a chess master. The checkers master would eventually lose to the chess master in a disastrous defeat, and even the game was loss. What could be more damaging to his self-confidence than this? At the Grand Hall, the refiner faction sovereign Huoxian had an extremely ugly complexion. Huang Luo was his son, and also an outstanding natural talent. It could be said that he hadn't hesitated at all to dump all the resources he could into his child. With the investment of so many resources, he had expected Huang Luo to shine like a rising star at this total faction martial meeting. He hadn't expected that in front of Lin Ming, his son would just be like a child facing an adult, unable to muster any power to resist. Lin Ming's body, there's something special about it. Shi Zongtian felt that as power of fire from the abyssal flame continually flowed into Lin Ming's body, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had gone into another dimension. Was this because of his azure true essence? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Mu Qinghong to see if he could glean anything from her expression. In Shi Zongtian's mind, Mu Qinghong had a much more thorough understanding of Lin Ming than he did. However, he found that Mu Qinghong's expression was a bit incredible. It seemed that she was also puzzled by this scene on the martial stage. Shi Zongtian's heart suddenly felt balanced and better. Whew! At this moment on stage, Huang Luo finally stopped his ludicrous attack. He cut off his true essence, and the abyssal flames immediately extinguished. At this time, all of the tiles under Lin Ming's feet had melted into a dark red magma, except for the parts that had been protected by his true essence. I admit defeat. Huang Luo clenched his teeth and he slowly spat out these words. In the 7 profound valleys, all of the direct disciples had a haughty pride bred into their bones. It was their way of living. And yet, Huang Luo had lost this match just too miserably. It was hard for him to immediately accept defeat. Well fought. Lin Ming examined himself. The heretical god seed's flame essence hadn't grown by much. Although the abyssal flame's grade was very high, in the end it was just the power of fire. It had a limited effect on raising a flame essence. However, the reason that Lin Ming chose to confront the abyssal flames head-on was not just to absorb the power of fire and help build up flame essence, but to verify an important matter. When Lin Ming was in the southern wilderness, he had encountered the fire worm tribe's shaman. Because the difference between their strength was too great, he hadn't even been able to absorb the shaman's fire attacks. Even resisting them had been extremely difficult. But now that his own strength had risen, he wanted to verify at just what degree would his heretical god seed be able to suppress the power of fire. The fire worm shaman's eternal flame essence grade is almost the exact same as Huang Luo's abyssal flame essence. Since I can defend against Huang Luo's attacks, I should be able to defend against the fire worm shaman, and not be like before where I didn't even have the power to strike back. After this total faction martial meeting, I will return to the southern wilderness and bring an end to this grudge. When he was at Blackwater Swamp, Lin Ming had almost died by the hands of the fireworm shaman. It simply wasn't his style to not take revenge for a deep grudge. Not to mention that the Na sisters also had an eternal enmity with the fireworm shaman for killing their master, and Lin Ming also owed the Na sisters his graciousness. If it wasn't for them, Lin Ming would never have entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, and would probably have died at Thundercrash Mountain. Just by that alone, the sisters' enmity was something that he would help with. Of course, there was also another very important reason, which was the Fire Worm tribe's eternal flame. In Lin Ming's heretical godseed, the Thunder Soul had already taken form, but in comparison, the flame essence was small and incomparably weak. If he were to obtain this eternal flame, his strength would rise by miles. Whether it is the Fire Worm tribe or Fire Worm shaman, they have slaughtered countless innocents and committed sins of every nature. To get rid of such a person is already enforcing righteous justice on behalf of the heavens. Lin Ming decided that after this martial meeting, he would first go to Hualuo Nation's Seraphic Pond and immerse his body in the Seraphic Pond waters to consolidate his strength. Afterwards, he would return to the southern wilderness and look for the Fire Worm shaman to settle their debts. As Lin Ming walked off of the stage, he heard a series of delighted cheers coming from the audience. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you were terrific, awesome. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you did well. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you are the sexiest guy out there. The first few shouts weren't too strange, but that last Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you are the sexiest guy out there, was publicly shouted out by a very bold girl in front of everyone. It was an incomparably clear shout that was crisply heard throughout the arena. Lin Ming immediately blushed red from embarrassment. Sky Fortune Kingdom was a nation with considerably conservative values. Although Lin Ming had been able to faintly guess that there were several girls that held some feelings towards him, no one had ever said anything. He had especially never experienced such a scene before. He turned around to look, and saw that the one boldly cheering for him was a young girl from the Zither faction. The clear, sweet cheers were obviously done with delight. With such a scene of a beautiful and graceful girl who was crying out to him, Lin Ming was at a temporary loss on how to proceed from here. As for the Refiner faction disciple who was beside her, he had an appearance of a fighting C**CK that had just been defeated. The Refiner faction disciple had just stated equivocally that the chances of Hua Yangluo winning was 50-50, and had even mocked the Zither faction disciple, saying that Qin Wuxin was inferior to Hua Yangluo. But Qin Wuxin had been able to face Lin Ming for a good period of time. As for Hua Yangluo, he had been defeated in a single move. This made the Refiner faction disciple wish he had a hole to crawl into. Of course, the Zither faction girl could not miss this opportunity to ridicule him. She cheered for Lin Ming at the same time as taunting this Refiner faction disciple. Under the cheers of the young Zither faction girl, Lin Ming awkwardly arrived at the contestant waiting here. He saw Qin Xingxuan walking towards him from the audience stage and asked, "Xingxuan, is there something you want?" "Millimeter, I thought that you might be a bit hungry because you've been cultivating all afternoon, and didn't have lunch. The next round won't start for some time. Would you like to grab something to eat with me?" Lin Ming was surprised, and then he suddenly remembered that Qin Xingxuan had been guarding him and also hadn't eaten anything. He nodded and said, "All right, I'm actually really hungry. Guarding me this afternoon must have been very hard on you." "It wasn't too bad." Qin Xingxuan brightly smiled like a morning sun, and then gently pulled Lin Ming's sleeve. Although this was only a pulling of a sleeve, to Qin Xingxuan this was a very intimate action. As she pulled Lin Ming along, Qin Xingxuan turned around to look at the young Zither faction girl in the audience, an assertive smile on her face. Over half of the matches were now officially finished. The only contestants remaining with complete victories were Lin Ming, Mugu Buyu, Ouyang Ming, and Jiang Baoyun. It could be said that if there wasn't some catastrophic accident, the top three would come from among them. The 13th round. Zhong Yangzhao against Qin Wuxin. Zhong Yanzhao's Bloodwave Saber's saber energy was easily scattered by Qin Wuxin's Zither music. Facing Qin Wuxin's invisible sonic wave attacks, Zhong Yangzhao had no way to sense them and no way to avoid them. He easily lost. Following that match closely was Mugu Jirong against Jiang Lanjian. The result of this match was easily predictable too. Jiang Lanjian's sword was too quick, and victory was decided in just 5 moves. In 5 moves, Jiang Lanjian's sword had reached Mugu Jirong's throat, and he hadn't even used the concept of wind. The truth was that besides Lin Ming, Jiang Lanjian hadn't used the concept of wind against anyone else. 14th round. Huiyang Luo against Qin Wuxin. The result of this match could easily be imagined facing against Qin Wuxin's invisible ranged profound wind 8 melodies. Huiyang Luo was overly dependent on the abyssal flames and was simply unable to muster any resistance. The final conclusion was that Huiyang Luo's own strength was limited, and the abyssal flame attacks were too plain and straightforward, without the ability to adapt. It was just too easy for someone to close in on him. Of course, a scene akin to when Lin Ming had directly met the flames with his long spear wouldn't happen again. Qin Wuxin continued her series of victories. During the 16th round, she defeated the Mirage faction's Huan Xiaodai with overwhelming strength. Although Huan Xiaodai transformed into 108 illusory phantoms, all of them were defeated by Qin Wuxin's zither music. The audience thought that the strength difference between the 7 Profound Valley's 2 proud talented ladies wouldn't be too great. None of them had imagined it would be like this. Many people couldn't help but wonder, if Qin Wuxin hadn't encountered Lin Ming, just how far could she have gone without losing? The extent of Lin Ming's power was just too confusing and complicated. Many people thought that he wouldn't even necessarily lose to Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu. They even thought he had a chance of ranking first. The battles were becoming increasingly vivid and clear. The top 4 had already been locked in with Lin Ming, Mugu Buyu, Ouyang Ming, and Jiang Baoyun. Now, the 2 struggling for 5th were Jiang Lanjian and Qin Wuxin. Both Huiyang Luo and Zhong Yangzhao, who had once been favorites for the top 5, were completely eliminated. The sun gradually set in the west, and finally the matches of the day ended. Tomorrow would be the last day of finals. There would only be 10 rounds, and in those 10 rounds, everything would be revealed. Chapter 279 The Last Day. Chapter 279 The Last Day. Chapter 279 The Last Day. Night fell. The moon rose above the willow branches, shining brightly in the clear dark skies. The 7 Profound Valleys' night skies were particularly clean, as if the world itself had been washed of all impurities. This land was closed off by a massive array formation, and the heaven and earth origin energy was especially rich. One could cultivate here with twice the result from half the effort. Lin Ming sat alone in his room. In his hand was a small deep green pill the size of a longan. It was crystal clear, just like the most precious of jades. This was the blue miracle pill from the collections of Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House. It was the reward that Qin Zia gave to Lin Ming after he defeated Ta Ku. Even to the disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys total faction, the blue miracle pill was a rare and precious medicine. It was much more precious than the crimson gold dragon marrow pill that Lin Ming had received before. When Lin Ming had his match with Wang Mu, he had used the blue miracle pill and the body spiritual ichor as a gambling stake. It had caused Wang Mu to lose his composure and be attracted to the bet, ultimately causing him to lose a quota at the Seraphic Pond to Lin Ming. These sorts of pills were rare even within the depositories of Hualuo Nation's 7 Profound Martial House. However, no matter how precious a cultivation pill was, it would inevitably have pill toxins. After taking it, one would have to refine the impurities and then eliminate the pill toxins, slowly consolidating their cultivation afterwards. It was an extremely tedious and arduous process. When Lin Ming had obtained the blue miracle pill, his breakthrough to the pulse condensation period was just around the corner. In order to obtain a more solid and stable foundation, Lin Ming hadn't taken the blue miracle pill to break through. Instead, he waited for his true essence to overflow and naturally break through. Such a breakthrough could be called perfect. Lin Ming swallowed down the blue miracle pill, jumped in the bath barrel, and then began to meditate. These days, he had been eating spirit fruits and vegetables that contained a very rich inherent heaven and earth origin energy. Even when he cultivated, it was like he was bathed in thick heaven and earth origin energy. He had already accumulated a vast amount of true essence in his body. After he ate the blue miracle pill, Lin Ming only felt a slight numbing sensation in his bones as true essence began to flow outwards, continuously flowing through all the meridians of his body. His pulse condensation period cultivation was unconsciously and slowly consolidating. The water vapors rose, and the entire room was covered in a thick white mist. The cold moonlight shone through the window, adding a natural chilling wind to this mist. For several hours, Lin Ming patiently pushed the true essence in his body to complete revolution after revolution. Because Lin Ming's cultivation had improved, the fusion between his blood and the true dragon's blood was even closer than before. Now, Lin Ming didn't even need to purposefully galvanize the azure true essence in order to bring it out. His own true essence already had an azure color. This sort of azure true essence was pale green like the fresh spring leaves of a cypress tree, and was filled with a vibrantly vivid vitality. This azure true essence didn't only manifest when he was fighting. The azure true essence even came out when he was cultivating, and it seemed to subtly moisten and supplement Lin Ming's body, causing his meridians to be more stalwart and his bones to become denser. Lin Ming finally finished complete absorption of the blue miracle pill late at night. His early pulse condensation period cultivation was already fully consolidated. Now Lin Ming took out a small porcelain bottle and uncorked it. Inside of the small porcelain bottle was a sort of viscous green substance, as if it were made from liquid crystals. This was the body spiritual ichor that Lin Ming had obtained as a reward for defeating Ling Senator. The body spiritual ichor was used especially to eliminate pill toxins of the body. Its effects were even more wonderful when combined with the blue miracle pill. Of course, the body spiritual ichor was only a supportive medicine. In order to completely refine out the pill toxins, it would all rely on Lin Ming's own ability in the end. Lin Ming didn't worry. After all, he was only at the early pulse condensation period, and was a very long distance away from the Hutian realm. There would be plenty of time to eliminate the pill toxins in his body. Whether it was the flame essence or thunder soul, both were extremely good methods of refining out pill toxins, and they also wouldn't cause his foundation to become unsteady. The mist in the room became increasingly thick. Lin Ming sat in the water, completing revolution after revolution. The following morning, the dawn still lingered under the horizon. The stage was set for the last day of the total faction martial meeting. Today was the final of the finals. There would be 10 rounds of matches. The 11 contestants that received the most attention were Lin Ming, Ouyang Ming, Jiang Baoyun, Mugu Buyu, Jiang Lanjian, Qin Wuxin, Huiyang Luo, Zhong Yangjiao, Huan Xiaodai, Fang Qi, and Mugu Jirong. These 11 would frequently clash in these last 10 rounds. All other contestants had merely become foils. As Lin Ming arrived just before dawn, there were very few people in the square, only shadows were visible. At this time, Jiang Baoyun was sitting vigilantly on a mat in the contestant waiting area. His sword was in his hand, both eyes shut, as faint streams of heaven and earth origin energy converged on his body, slowly overflowing as it made cycle after cycle. Lin Ming looked at Jiang Baoyun from afar, secretly observing the heaven and earth origin energy as it flowed through him. He thought to himself, Jiang Baoyun's cultivation is truly at a half-step Hutian. If he really were at the Hutian realm, then there would be no need for him to suppress his cultivation at this time. Before now, Lin Ming suspected that Jiang Baoyun had already stepped into the Hutian realm. Except, Jiang Baoyun was just like Lin Ming, and was suppressing his cultivation so he wouldn't break through, therefore he was so confident in himself. However, as Lin Ming watched Jiang Baoyun cultivate, he clearly saw that his cultivation was at a half-step Hutian. No matter what, today's battles will show where the source of his confidence comes from. Lin Ming said to himself. By now, Jiang Baoyun felt Lin Ming's gaze on him and opened his eyes. For a second, Jiang Baoyun's eyes penetrated through the early morning darkness, as if they were twinkling stars in the night. He faintly smiled at Lin Ming, saying, "The heaven and earth origin energy is richest just before the sun rises in the morning, especially in the 7 profound valleys. When the first ray of sunlight comes over the horizon, that is what my sword faction calls the ascending eastern purple sun, and is also the so-called purple air comes from the east. If you absorb this energy, it is especially beneficial to your cultivation." Lin Ming said, "The 7 profound valleys is truly the holy land of cultivation. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother Jiang, for the advice. You're welcome. Sooner or later you will enter the 7 profound valleys. If you'd like, you may join the sword faction. We will welcome you with arms wide open. Lin Ming was a bit stunned hearing Jiang Baoyun's heartfelt words. Invite him to join the sword faction? Wasn't he afraid that he would have to split up his resources? But as Lin Ming looked at Jiang Baoyun's face, he saw that his invitation was clearly sincere, without any underlying meanings. Of course, Jiang Baoyun had no need to fake anything. This fellow is truly confident. Lin Ming hazily sighed. He had a premonition that if Jiang Baoyun's shining star didn't fall from the sky, he would definitely become a grand swordmaster of this generation. There were more and more people arriving at the square. As the first ray of sunlight fell onto the Grand Hall's square, the referee stood up and loudly said, "The tournament shall begin." 19th round, first match. Jiang Baoyun against Qin Wuxin. These words caused the entire audience atmosphere to immediately surge to the skies. The first match of the day was actually a battle between such heavyweights. Qin Wuxin's strength was evident to all, but of course, no one thought that she could win. Still, they believed she would be able to force out Jiang Baoyun's true strength. Lin Ming also anticipated this match. Until now he still knew nothing about Jiang Baoyun. The match hadn't even begun, and Qin Wuxin had inadvertently opened up a distance of 300 feet between them. Jiang Baoyun's sword was just too fast. If the distance wasn't great enough, then Qin Wuxin wouldn't even have time to play a single note before she was defeated. Match, start. With the referee's announcement, Qin Wuxin immediately played the profound Wind 8 melodies. Against Jiang Baoyun, there was no need to hold anything back. She would immediately start with everything she had. Qin Wuxin was clearly aware that if she didn't use her ultimate ability at the start, she would never have the opportunity to do so. The profound Wind 8 melodies was invisible and formless, ever-changing with endless twists and turns. Out of all the current contestants besides Lin Ming, there were very few people that could capture the attack patterns of the profound Wind 8 melodies. This was part of the reason the Zither faction's attack methods were so terrifying. How could you defend against attacks you couldn't see? Jiang Baoyun's 10 fingers flexed, condensing phantoms of sword light in the air. He used sword fingers as before. Kai 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 kai. The sound was just like silk being torn to shreds. The invisible profound Wind 8 melodies were all completely broken in space. Qin Wuxin's mind shook. She had already expected that the profound Wind 8 melodies would be broken by Jiang Baoyun, but she hadn't thought it would be done so easily. He had only used sword fingers as before. After easily breaking the profound Wind 8 melodies, Jiang Baoyun made 2 fingers into a sword and slashed out. A sword light flew towards Qin Wuxin, its speed reaching an extreme. Qin Wuxin bit her teeth and her right hand suddenly flicked across the zither strings. There was a sharp twang as several musical notes sprung forth, directly clashing with that sword light. Kai kai kai. The sword light broke through 3 notes and clashed with the last note before finally dissipating together. Seeing a single sword light break through 3 notes, Qin Wuxin let out a light sigh and retrieved the zither to her arms. She coldly said, "I admit defeat." Jiang Baoyun smiled. "I haven't seen junior apprentice Sister Qin for 3 years and yet your strength has progressed so astonishingly quickly. Perhaps in 2 years or less, if I fight junior apprentice Sister Qin again, I'll have to use everything I have." Qin Wuxin was the youngest of all the direct disciples. She was only 18 years old, and was more than a year and a half younger than Jiang Baoyun. In terms of talent, within the direct disciples she was only inferior to Jiang Baoyun. She was indeed superior to Jiang Lanjian and Ouyang Ming. Qin Wuxin seriously looked at Jiang Baoyun, and slowly said, stressing every syllable, "At that time, I will at least force you to use your sword." "Naturally. In fact, today you've already broken my sword palm. If this match continued any longer, I would have had to take out my sword." Qin Wuxin turned around to leave the stage, and the referee announced Jiang Baoyun's victory. Suddenly, there was a collective gasp from the audience. Everyone expected that Jiang Baoyun would win, but none thought he would win with such ease. He had only used his hands to shatter Qin Wuxin's profound Wind 8 melodies. He hadn't even taken out his sword. This disparity between direct disciples was much greater than they had imagined. Jiang Baoyun is too strong. Who can defeat him? Even Qin Wuxin was defeated so easily. Lin Ming and Ouyang Ming are simply not his match. If Jiang Baoyun was serious, he might defeat Lin Ming and Ouyang Ming in 5 moves. I fear that even Mugu Buyu isn't skilled enough. I thought that Mugu Buyu would be able to suppress Jiang Baoyun because he reached the essence integration boundary, but now it seems that it would be great if he could just force Jiang Baoyun's hidden cards. As the audience discussed the match, even Lin Ming was stunned. Just as Lin Ming had constantly surprised Jiang Baoyun also constantly surprised Lin Ming. Before these final matches, both of them were just like massive icebergs, only exposing the tip to each other. After Jiang Baoyun and Qin Wuxin's match, there were several unimportant matches. Then, right after, there was a match that created a startling furor of excitement. Lin Ming against Ouyang Ming. This was a long-awaited showdown that the audience had been highly anticipating. On one side was Ouyang Ming, who was the third-ranked contestant from the last Total Faction Martial meeting. On the other side was Lin Ming, who was considered the greatest dark horse of this Total Faction Martial meeting. This match could be considered to be extremely confusing. No one knew which side would win. Chapter 280, Soaring Strength. Chapter 280, Soaring Strength. Up until now, Ouyang Ming hadn't encountered many top masters. He had only faced off against Fang Qi, Mugu Jirong, and Huan Xiaodai. Of these 3 matches, he had emerged victorious through overwhelming superiority. He hadn't been forced to show any of his true strength. However, no one doubted Ouyang Ming's power. In the last Total Faction Martial meeting, he had defeated Jiang Baoyun for the first time. He was once considered as the one with the highest chances of becoming the next martial meeting champion, but he never imagined that Jiang Baoyun would recover from his loss and become a terrifying presence that occupied the spotlight and suppressed Ouyang Ming. In comparison to Ouyang Ming, who hadn't faced any great obstacles on his way to a string of complete victories, Lin Ming could be said to have had to overcome one great hardship after another. Now, Lin Ming's fame was only inferior to Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu, and was tied with Ouyang Ming. As the referee announced the start of the match, the arena began to buzz with excitement. The crowd was neatly divided in half for those who favored Lin Ming and those who favored Ouyang Ming. Many of the Acacia faction disciples were screaming out cheers for Ouyang Ming. In comparison, the cheers for the visiting Lin Ming were much weaker. Besides the martial artists of the 36 countries cheering for him, there were the young girls of the Zither faction who had good impressions of him. On the martial stage, Ouyang Ming was dressed in complete white, and he held an iron folding fan in his hand. His long black hair was tied back with a silk ribbon, and he looked just like a handsome royal son. From his head to his toes, he had the makings of a jade tree facing the gentle wind. As a disciple of the Acacia faction, Ouyang Ming naturally had hordes of courting girls by his side, and groups of wives and concubines. Even so, there were still many young and beautiful girls that threw themselves at him of their own initiative. One reason was because Ouyang Ming's looks were simply outstanding like a heavenly prince, and the second reason was because of Ouyang Ming's status as a core disciple. If they could follow by his side, they would be able to obtain more resources and break through to the pulse condensation period more easily. 200 feet away from Ouyang Ming, Lin Ming was standing straight, holding a long silver spear in his hand. His posture was upright and steady. Because Lin Ming had been practicing a body transformation cultivation method of the highest rank for the past 6 months, his body had been maturing at a very high rate. Although he was only 16 years old now, he wasn't much shorter than the tall and handsome Ouyang Ming. This boy, I don't know what the limit of his strength is. As Ouyang Ming faced Lin Ming, he had a faint feeling in his heart that he wouldn't be able to win. It was the same feeling as if he was looking at Mugu Buyu. Before this point, he never imagined that he would be pressured so much by a disciple from the 36 countries. Lin Ming was a well-rounded fighter. He was simply versatile in all aspects of combat. Such a person was a very rare existence. Most geniuses had a particular advantage that served as their point of superiority, but they also had a corresponding weakness to go with it. For instance, Qin Wuxin's attacks were invisible and formless, and they were difficult to avoid, But once one was able to close in on her and engage in close-range battle, one would basically have won. As for Huoyang Luo and Zhong Yangjiao, those two had an incomparably overwhelming offensive attack power, but their true combat prowess was limited. Once one dodged their attacks, they would easily lose. Even if it was someone like Jiang Lanjian who seemed to be a versatile fighter, he still had weaknesses in his insufficient attack momentum and his weak defensive power. Because of the different strengths and weaknesses of geniuses, they would usually serve to restrain each other. As long as they had the same strength and the same talent, victory would be settled by which skills held advantages over others. But as for Lin Ming, he was simply an all-around combat king. His aura was formidable, and his spear was fierce and sharp. His attacks contained the concept of wind, making them incomparably swift. There wasn't even need to mention his defensive capabilities. He had been able to take Jiang Lanjian's full attack strike head-on and come out with only a few scratches. In terms of movement speed, his agility was simply like gods and ghosts, there was almost no weakness to him. Against a master who didn't seem to have any weaknesses at all, Ouyang Ming just didn't know what he could do to win. As the match officially started, Ouyang Ming didn't bother saying any useless words. He unfolded the iron fan in his hands. Absolute life purple flame. With a kai-kai sound, a massive purple flame burst out from his iron fan, blazing in the air like an inferno. This purple fire was a much deeper color than the purple flame bone lance that had been used by Ouyang Zifeng. Fu. The purple inferno fired towards Lin Ming, and a bone-chilling energy rolled off in front it. This freezing cold flame was incomparably strange. Azure true essence erupted forth. Lin Ming took a step forwards and thrust out with his spear. 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments savagely ran out. Bang! The purple flames immediately disintegrated, they had been scattered by flow like silk. After reaching the early pulse condensation period, combined with the power of the flow like silk breakthrough, the strength of Lin Ming's past vibrating true essence could not compare to its current incarnation. Ouyang Ming's expression suddenly changed for the worse. Although he hadn't held on to any hope that the purple flames would be able to defeat Lin Ming, he hadn't thought that Lin Ming would so easily destroy his flames. Purple flame bone lance. Scythe of the death god. Ouyang Ming gave a loud shout, and a purple bone lance made of fire appeared by his side. Compared to Ouyang Zifeng, it was as if Ouyang Ming's bone lance instantly appeared by his side, shooting forwards without even needing any time to condense his true essence. Not only that, but as he flourished his fan, a purple scythe appeared, flying forwards to cut off Lin Ming's head. Facing this roaring attack, Lin Ming maintained a completely indifferent expression. His feet moved and his speed instantly achieved the limit. Ka. A shadow blurred, and Lin Ming broke through a narrow gap between the purple flame bone lance and scythe of the death god. His spear was wreathed in arcs of lightning, it contained the concept of wind and power of thunder, thrusting straight towards Ouyang Ming's side. Ouyang Ming's heart went cold and he instantly drew back. At the same time, he waved his fan back and forth, and clouds of purple flame seemed to blossom in front of him, forming layers of defensive fire that protected his body. Bang! 10,000 filaments of vibrating azure true essence rampaged out. The thick coils of thunder were just like massive purple snakes that twisted in a frenzy. The purple barriers of flame were only able to resist for a split second before being torn apart by the spear. Seeing the cold spear point come towards him, Ouyang Ming's pupils contracted. He hadn't imagined that a casual spear thrust of Lin Ming's had achieved such a terrifying degree of strength. It had even broken through 3 of his purple flame cloud shield. He instantly realized that if he was struck even once by this spear, he would lose without a doubt. When Lin Ming had faced Fang Qi, a single spear of his had broken through 5 continuous 9 circles of blue light arrays. Ouyang Ming was confident, but he didn't believe that the true essence that protected his body was any stronger than 5 layers of 9 circles of blue light arrays. This Lin Ming, his attack power was too abnormal. Butterflies dance on 100 flowers. Ouyang Ming's body instantly turned into a series of shadows, evading the spear by dancing on the edge of destruction. Movement martial skill. Lin Ming watched as Ouyang Ming flitted around like a butterfly hovering over flowers, his form drifting from end to end. This was obviously an extremely gorgeous and sublime avoidance movement skill. There were over a dozen images that seemed real and fake at the same time. It was impossible for a normal martial artist to distinguish just where Ouyang Ming's true self was. It was futile to attack. One could only passively leave themselves vulnerable to attack. Not only that, but it was futile to guess just where Ouyang Ming's attack came from. However, to Lin Ming, none of this was a problem. He simply closed his eyes and let his soul force fuse into the concept of wind. Suddenly, Lin Ming's figure disappeared. Total annihilation. Lin Ming used the same constant foundation spear technique and swept out into space. But in the moment that Lin Ming swept out with his spear, Ouyang Ming appeared just under the spearhead as if he had ran into it. Ouyang Ming's instantly paled. His butterfly's dance on 100 flowers had been seen through in a single try. At this time Ouyang Ming could not evade. Collision was inevitable. He had to take this attack head-on. Pa! The iron fan opened, and Ouyang Ming cried out, pushing all of the true essence within his body to the limit. A bluish-purple evil flame shrieked as it ran out of the iron fan, directly cleaving towards the spearpoint. Bang! The bluish-purple evil flame smashed against the purple thunder. The power of thunderbolts exploded out. In the moment that the iron fan struck the spearpoint, Ouyang Ming felt as if he had chopped against a mountain. 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments cascaded forth, and an incomparably vast peerless vibration directly cracked apart Ouyang Ming's grip, causing his right arm to lose all feeling. This is. Ouyang Ming felt as if his chest had been hit by a massive hammer. There was a tangy copper taste in the back of his throat, and Ouyang Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards and struck the martial stage's protective barrier. This unexpected result caused the entire audience to pause, slack-jawed. Even Jiang Lanjian, who usually highly respected Lin Ming's abilities, was looking at this scene, an extremely incredulous expression coloring his face. Ouyang Ming, who had ranked third place during the last total faction martial meeting, was defeated so easily. The truth was that Jiang Lanjian had expected that Lin Ming would win. However, he thought that the two contestants would have a fierce dogfight where each one would use hidden card after hidden card, finally ending with Lin Ming as victor through a small advantage. He hadn't expected that Lin Ming would prevail in less than 20 moves. How did Ouyang Ming lose so easily? Doesn't he have any more cards in his hands? Jiang Lanjian just couldn't believe this. He had also lost to Ouyang Ming during the last total faction martial meeting, and this time, he didn't have much confidence that he would be able to defeat Ouyang Ming. However, Lin Ming had actually defeated Ouyang Ming so easily. Jiang Baoyun slowly said, Ouyang Ming already used the cards in his hands, and that was his perfect fifth stage of the Divine Acacia power. Absolute Life Purple Flame and Scythe of the Death God are both moves that can only be used after reaching the fifth layer of the Divine Acacia power. It's just that they were easily broken by Lin Ming. Many people didn't see just how strong Ouyang Ming's attacks were. It's not that Ouyang Ming is weak, but that Lin Ming is too strong. After breaking through to the pulse condensation period, his strength has soared past what it once was. Jiang Baoyun took a deep breath. Normally when a martial artist broke through to the pulse condensation period from the peak bone forging stage, their strength wouldn't increase too much. However, Lin Ming wasn't a normal martial artist. The method in which he reached pulse condensation was through a perfect breakthrough, and his foundation was extremely solid. Not only that, but the cultivation method he practiced was the chaotic virtues combat meridians. After breaking through each stage, his true essence would grow incomparably thicker and purer than a martial artist at the same stage. Also, Lin Ming's azure true essence, flow like silk, and purple flood dragon divine thunder were absurdly abnormal and overpowered abilities. If his true essence was twice as strong, then his attack power would be 3 times, 4 times, or even 5 times greater. So from the peak bone forging stage to the pulse condensation period, Lin Ming had experienced a great leap in strength. Ouyang Ming was defeated. Now there are only 3 people left that still have a flawless winning streak. Besides Mugu Buyu and Jiang Baoyun, Lin Ming has already fought with most of the other masters, except for Huan Xiaodai and Mugu Jirong. However, those two are not his match. Even if Lin Ming lost to Mugu Buyu and Jiang Baoyun, he would still reach the top 3. The audience discussed the situation of the tournament and the possible outcomes. This dark horse known as Lin Ming was simply too dark. A disciple of the 36 countries had entered the total faction martial meeting for the first time and had already reached the top 3 rankings. Moreover, he had just reached 16 years of age. This was simply too shocking for anyone to comprehend. After Lin Ming walked off stage, he saw Mugu Buyu staring at him. Mugu Buyu's skinny mummy face still had his trademark tricky smile. But as he looked at Lin Ming's eyes, his eyes no longer held the previous teasing banter and contempt. Instead, there was a solemn, dignified expression. Clearly, Mugu Buyu finally felt threatened by Lin Ming. Chapter 281 Entering the Top 3. Chapter 281 Entering the Top 3. Chapter 281 Entering the Top 3. As the tournament continued, top-level geniuses frequently collided. During the 20th round, Jiang Lanjian fought against Qin Wuxin. Qin Wuxin and Jiang Lanjian's styles could be said to mutually oppose each other. Qin Wuxin was slow and she was poor at melee combat. As for Jiang Lanjian, he was just the opposite. Qin Wuxin's attacks were sharp and invisible, and Jiang Lanjian happened to have inadequate defensive capabilities. It was difficult to predict who would be the winner this match. On the martial stage, Qin Wuxin's white robe fluttered in the wind. Jiang Lanjian was wearing a tight-fitting green robe, holding his sword as he stood there calmly. They were 200 feet apart. If Jiang Lanjian could completely close this distance, then victory was his. If he couldn't, then he would undoubtedly be defeated. After the match started, the 2 contestants went all out with everything they had. Qin Wuxin immediately played the profound Wind 8 melodies, and Jiang Lanjian fused the concept of wind into his sword. This was the first time that Jiang Lanjian had used the concept of wind ever since being defeated by Lin Ming. Not only that, but he used it right at the beginning. Jiang Lanjian was aware that if he didn't use it now, he wouldn't have the chance to later. The zither sound wave attacks were invisible and formless. Jiang Lanjian's soul force was limited, and he wasn't able to sense them in the wind. He could only use sword light to protect his body. With the support of the concept of wind, Jiang Lanjian's sword formed a vortex of sword energy. Dozens of wind blades shot out in all directions, crashing into the hidden murderous intent that was hiding in the void. Ding ding ding! Crisp and clear sounds resounded in the air, as if zither strings were snapping apart. Jiang Lanjian was breaking apart the zither notes, but his sword light was also constantly being chipped away. Qin Wuxin's profound Wind 8 melodies was an incomparably mysterious technique. The zither sounds contained a formidable vibrating power. A single sound was able to shatter several sword lights. Jiang Lanjian was repeatedly trapped and cornered by this zither music, and was unable to close in on Qin Wuxin. However, Qin Wuxin did not dare to be arrogant and underestimate her enemy. As long as she gave him even the slightest chance, Jiang Lanjian would instantly close the distance. Qin Wuxin wasn't fast, but she could still move with her zither suspended in front of her, without interrupting her melody. As a result, Jiang Lanjian was unable to catch up to her. Ordinary sounds were mixed in with the lethal zither music of the profound Wind 8 melodies. It was simply like a dangerous tide. Jiang Lanjian was encompassed by this zither music as if he had fallen down into a bog, and his concept of wind was constantly being dashed to pieces. Jiang Lanjian knew that if he stayed on the defensive and didn't attack, he would be defeated sooner or later. All he had to do was miss a single sound and he would be in danger. Graceful sword. Jiang Lanjian fiercely clenched his teeth and completely gave up his sword-light defense. He stimulated all of the true essence to enhance the protection of his body, and flew forward at an extreme speed, his sword thrusting straight towards Qin Wuxin's throat. His speed quickly reached the limit of his ability. He was only about a few hundred feet away. As long as he wasn't struck by any zither music, he could close this distance in a flash. Ka. A zither sound wave struck against Jiang Lanjian's bodily true essence. The power of vibration erupted forth. It was just a sound, but all of Jiang Lanjian's clothes broke as if he had suffered a major blow, and his extreme speed suddenly came to a halt. At this point, Qin Wuxin had become wholeheartedly engrossed in this match, and was waiting for any opportunity to subdue her opponent. How could she miss this wonderful opportunity? A finger flicked out, and two zither notes struck Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian's bodily true essence broke apart, and he was sent flying backwards. Qin Wuxin, victory. With the referee's announcement, Qin Wuxin let out a light breath. It had been very difficult for her to win this match. Her strength and Jiang Lanjian's were very similar to each other, and the reason she could win this time had a bit to do with luck. When Jiang Lanjian had desperately staked everything on his last move and used graceful sword, if he hadn't struck a zither note in the air, then the one that would have been defeated was her. With Qin Wuxin's victory, the young girls of the zither faction burst into cheers. With this win, even if Qin Wuxin lost to Ouyang Ming, Mugu Buyu, and the others, she would still advance to the top 5. The 21st round, Lin Ming against Mugu Jirong. Mugu Jirong didn't bother fighting Lin Ming, he simply admitted defeat right at the start. There was nothing else he could have done. Puppet masters were powerful, but they also had a fatal weakness. That was that once their puppets were lost, they would have nothing left. Mugu Jirong still had a total of 3 puppets left. But Lin Ming's attack power was just too abnormal. It wouldn't be strange if he lost another puppet or 2. To Mugu Jirong, this sent him into a tearless grief, a state of hopelessness beyond crying. He also had hopes of advancing to the top 10. The 22nd round, Lin Ming against Huan Xiaodai. This was a match without an ounce of suspense from the audience. Even the young boys and girls of the Mirage faction didn't believe that their senior apprentice sister Huan had a chance of winning. From the very start of the match, Huan Xiaodai created her trademark 108 phantoms. However, Lin Ming used his flow like silk, and 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments rushed forth, destroying every phantom. After that, Huan Xiaodai still put up a symbolic struggle and cast some illusions. But this too was easily broken by Lin Ming. Using Ouyang Ming's own words, Lin Ming was a versatile genius who excelled in multiple fields. Just in terms of discussing his defensive abilities, Lin Ming's bodily defensive power was simply abnormal, and his soul defensive power was even more freakish. The Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder had integrated into his spiritual sea, so Lin Ming could simply stand motionless on stage and let Huan Xiaodai throw whatever illusions she could towards him. Lin Ming could sense that Huan Xiaodai hadn't been putting in her full effort, and was only symbolically displaying some moves so that she wouldn't lose face. Such being the case, Lin Ming would naturally not let a girl lose face. After several moves, Huan Xiaodai smiled and said, "Junior apprentice brother Lin's strength is amazing, I admit defeat." After she said that, she turned around to leave the stage. But Lin Ming's mind suddenly stirred. He said, "Senior apprentice sister Huan, please wait." Millimeter. Huan Xiaodai turned around, her bright eyes winking at him. What matter does junior apprentice brother Lin have to say? I would like to ask senior apprentice sister Huan if the Mirage faction has some sort of transformation technique that can change one's appearance, and would make it so that it can't be seen through by anyone whose cultivation isn't too far apart? Huan Xiaodai said, "There is." "Why, is junior apprentice brother Lin interested?" Lin Ming nodded. Ever since he had fallen for Bai Luo's trap, he had been very interested in this sort of technique. This technique could be said to be almost necessary if one wanted to travel around and commit crimes like murder and arson. If he had this ability, it would be easier and convenient to hide his identity. Huan Xiaodai impishly laughed, slyly smiling as she said, "This skill can't be considered a core technique or anything in the Mirage faction. If disciples of other factions wanted to study it, they could as long as they paid a sufficient amount of true essence stones. But if junior apprentice brother Lin is interested and wouldn't like to pay true essence stones, I can, personally, teach you tilde. Huang Xiaojie's last sentence had an extremely enticing and inviting purr, causing the heart of anyone who heard it to be a bit stirred. Lin Ming subconsciously nodded and said, "Then I'll have to thank senior apprentice sister Huan." Lin Ming suddenly realized why, although Qin Wuxin and Huan Xiaodai had been labeled the proud twins of the 7 Profound Valleys' younger generation, their strength had ultimately diverged so far. Of the two, one wholeheartedly walked the martial path and was pure and ascetic in their heart. She cultivated the zither until she finally reached large success of her zither heart. As for the other, She played around most of the time, amusing herself and laughing at the world. She seemed indifferent to any sort of illusion martial arts. Like this, the difference in their strength would naturally become greater over time. Of course, Lin Ming didn't care much at all about these things. With Huan Xiaodai to personally teach him, this would be the best way to learn. Lin Ming earnestly wished to comprehensively understand appearance-changing techniques. 22nd round, 5th match. Ouyang Ming against Qin Wuxin. Although Ouyang Ming gave the impression that he was more powerful, Qin Wuxin was no pushover. This wouldn't be a one-sided battle. The question was, just how would Ouyang Ming defend against Qin Wuxin's invisible zither music? From the very start of the match, Ouyang Ming used his perfect fifth layer of the divine acacia power, shrouding his entire body in purple flames. Under his control, the purple flames formed clouds that revolved around his body, becoming thick shields of flame. The audience were not strangers to this flame shield. When Ouyang Ming had faced Lin Ming, he had also used his purple flame shield, but the result had been that all three layers of his flame shield had been pierced by Lin Ming's spear. After that, Ouyang Ming had been forced to give up his purple flame shield and use Butterfly's Dance on 100 flowers to escape. However, he had only managed to dodge for a short time. Eventually, he had been swept up by Lin Ming's spear and sent flying away. Because of this, the audience didn't feel that the purple flame shield was a good skill. However, as Qin Wuxin played the profound Wind 8 melodies, the invisible sonic attacks were actually blocked by the purple flame shield, unable to break it. The power of vibration was able to break through a few layers of the purple flame shield. But right after, a new power of fire would continuously rise up to fill in whatever was broken. After reaching the perfect fifth layer of the divine acacia power, Ouyang Ming's true essence had become thick to the point of terrifying others. If one couldn't do what Lin Ming did when he broke through the entire shield with his spear, then Ouyang Ming would be able to continuously restore it with his true essence. Pa! Ouyang Ming turned the iron fan in his hands, sending a scythe of the death god cutting towards Qin Wuxin. Qin Wuxin grit her teeth, her right hand fiercely dancing across the zither strings, profound Wind 8 melodies. Peng 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 peng. The 8 notes of music impacted on the scythe of the dead god, dispersing the purple flame scythe. However, Ouyang Ming used this opportunity run forwards until he was less than 100 feet away. Junior apprentice Sister Qin, your zither attacks are truly fierce. Unfortunately, your attacks are too singular, they are too easily predicted. Ho! The purple flame shield erupted forth, blocking the second round of Qin Wuxin's zither attacks. Qin Wuxin took this opportunity to pull away, but Ouyang Ming continued pressing down on her. Zither note after zither note was sent out. Although Ouyang Ming encountered many obstacles as he sped forwards, he was still able to close in more and more on Qin Wuxin. Because Qin Wuxin had to send out a salvo of profound Wind 8 melodies, she was already at the limit of what her true essence could support. But as for Ouyang Ming, his true essence was very thick and he didn't consume too much. Pa! The iron fan opened once again, a mere 3 feet away from Qin Wuxin's slender jade-like neck. Now that the battle had reached this point, the outcome was basically decided. Qin Wuxin had lost. The audience gasped. In the finals, Ouyang Ming hadn't encountered many strong opponents. He was smoothly defeating everyone he fought until he ran into Lin Ming, and was thoroughly defeated himself. Many people felt that it was because Ouyang Ming wasn't fierce enough until they witnessed this match. Ouyang Ming had defeated Qin Wuxin by a significantly large margin of superiority. This really made everyone aware of the fact that Ouyang Ming had taken third place during the last total faction martial meeting. His strength couldn't be doubted. The reason that Ouyang Ming had been defeated by Lin Ming was because Lin Ming was that much stronger. Lin Ming is already steadily in the top 3. There is only Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu left. I'm really looking forward to their matches. If Lin Ming can win the next match, he will be second. If he can win the next 2 matches, he will become the champion. Champion? How could he possibly come in first place? Jiang Baoyun is just too abnormal. When he fought Qin Wuxin, he didn't even use his sword, even Lin Ming wasn't that strong. He just isn't Jiang Baoyun's match. At most he will struggle with Mugu Buyu, but even Mugu Buyu hasn't revealed his true strength. As these people spoke, another heavyweight match began. Mugu Buyu against Jiang Lanjian. Chapter 282 Lin Ming vs Mugu Buyu. Chapter 282 Lin Ming vs Mugu Buyu. Chapter 282 Lin Ming vs Mugu Buyu. Normally, after a puppet master stepped into the Xiantian realm, he would be able to reach the essence integration boundary. But Mugu Buyu had managed to do so with a cultivation of only a half step to Hutian. Just based on this point alone, no one believed that Jiang Lanjian had even a small chance of winning. After the match started, Mugu Buyu released a spider puppet from his bag. Up until now, he had only used this spider puppet, and appeared as if he would also only use this spider puppet to deal with Jiang Lanjian. Is that just the spider puppet? Mugu Buyu is too arrogant. Jiang Lanjian frowned. He would be the first to admit that he wasn't Mugu Buyu's match. Still, for Mugu Buyu to only bring out his weakest puppet to deal with him, he was just being looked down on too much. Concept of wind. True essence immediately circulated through Jiang Lanjian's body. He cut out with the long sword in his hand, and several dozens of sword lights thrust straight towards Mugu Buyu. At that same time, his footsteps flashed, and his figure instantly vanished. Whoosh! Jiang Lanjian appeared like a ghost by Mugu Buyu's side. It wasn't wrong that the spider puppet was powerful, but its reactions were extremely slow. Under the power of Jiang Lanjian's extreme speed, the spider puppet wasn't able to respond at all. It was just like a random decoration. Jiang Lanjian had simply stepped around it. Although a puppet master had a very formidable combat prowess, they also had a fatal weakness, and that was because they were a puppet master. A puppet master was similar to the disciples of the Zither faction. Their speed was slow, and they had weak defenses. Their close-range combat capability was nearly negligible. But Jiang Lanjian was just the opposite. He was magnificently quick, his sword was fast and fierce, and once he approached someone, his attacks were like a hurricane. Seeing Jiang Lanjian suddenly close in on Mugu Buyu, the audience's eyes widened. Would Mugu Buyu fall here? He had only brought out his weakest spider puppet to deal with Jiang Lanjian. This Mugu Buyu was too brazen. A whirlwind howled, and Jiang Lanjian's sword cut forth. This sword contained all of his aspirations. Clang! There was the sound of metal colliding, and Jiang Lanjian's sword hadn't been able to cut down anything. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked down at the sword in his hand. This sword contained the concept of wind, and yet it was still kept off by Mugu Buyu just raising his hand. How was this possible? Even if it was Lin Ming who had an extremely formidable defensive power, he could only bounce off the sword. It was impossible for him to be like Mugu Buyu and directly hold off the sword with his hand. Jiang Lanjian's sense told him that something was wrong here, and he wanted to pull out his sword and retreat. However, he was aghast to find that his sword was stuck. On Mugu Buyu's arm, there seemed to be black tentacles that writhed out like massive earthworms, wrapping around his sword. Jiang Lanjian's expression changed. What the hell was this? Was this a human body? Die! Mugu Buyu gave a shrieking cry, and his left hand's fingernail suddenly turned into a foot-long sharp barb, aiming towards Jiang Lanjian's hand. At this moment, the only way that Jiang Lanjian could avoid this strike was if he abandoned the sword in his hand. But to a swordsman, the sword in their hand was their life. They would rather lose their hand than abandon their blade. Concept of wind. Jiang Lanjian cried out, and true essence erupted from his body. The sword in his hand twisted with sword wind, and all the black tentacles were cut off by Jiang Lanjian. However, his speed was ultimately too slow. Mugu Buyu's long barbed nail caught onto his chest, and that sharp claw pierced through Jiang Lanjian's chest. Blood splashed everywhere. Jiang Lanjian's chest was coated crimson with blood. Jiang Lanjian clenched his teeth as he forcefully drew out his long sword from Mugu Buyu's hand. He kneeled on one knee, his chest bleeding profusely. That foot-long barb was enough to stab his internal organs. You would die to pull out your sword. You are really such a stupid boy. Mugu Buyu kicked Jiang Lanjian over, mockingly laughing. As the sword faction disciples in the audience saw this, they were filled with indignation and rage. Mugu Buyu was too contemptuous. This was more than insulting Jiang Lanjian. But even if they were angry, there was nothing they could do to Mugu Buyu. After all, Mugu Buyu had defeated Jiang Lanjian in a fair match. No matter the situation, that was the truth. If they wanted to take revenge for Jiang Lanjian, they could only challenge Mugu Buyu to an honest match on stage. Unfortunately, there was not a single one among them that was Mugu Buyu's match. Like this, they could only swallow this insult. Jiang Lanjian was lifted on a stretcher and brought off stage. He had been heavily injured. Although the 7 profound valleys had a vast amount of rare and precious healing medicines, none of them were capable of allowing Jiang Lanjian to fully recover in an hour and completely restore his combat effectiveness. Jiang Baoyun looked at Jiang Lanjian's chest wound, his face like the surface of a calm lake. He lifted his head to stare at Mugu Buyu with disdain. Mugu Buyu strangely smiled. "Jijihei, you sword faction disciples' defenses are simply thin like paper. I just gently caressed him and he's already become like this. If it wasn't for me promptly receiving my hand, then his heart would have already been destroyed by me." Jiang Baoyun didn't become angry or even heated. He just coldly said, "Your words are useless. Everything will become clear on the martial stage." Mugu Buyu's provocation was clearly transmitted to everyone. This was his sign that he did not fear anyone, not even Jiang Baoyun was an exception. It wasn't just Lin Ming and Jiang Baoyun who were constantly surprising the audience with the strength that they revealed. Mugu Buyu was the same. He too was just like a massive iceberg floating in the water. Only the tip of his abilities had been seen so far. The 3 great elites of the younger generation had a strength that far surpassed the champions of the last several total faction martial meetings. If it weren't for these 3 individuals, then Ouyang Ming's own strength would have been enough to win the tournament. How did Mugu Buyu do it? How was he able to use his arm to block Jiang Lanjian's sword? And what were those black tentacles? I have no idea. Those puppet faction fellows are just too eccentric and bizarre. They rarely come into contact with other factions. No one has any idea what they are doing most of the time. Could it be they transformed their own bodies? They are just a gaggle of mad men. As the audience spoke, all sorts of theories were tossed about. The only thing that they were able to say for sure was that close combat was no longer a weakness of Mugu Buyu. He had a formidable defensive power, formidable close combat ability, and even better long-range attacks. With the coordination of numerous puppets, this was a completely comprehensive 3-dimensional attack method. Mugu Buyu and Lin Ming were the same. They were both extremely versatile combat geniuses. Moreover, he was clearly more powerful than Lin Ming. As the sword faction disciples realized this, they secretly became nervous. Would Jiang Baoyun be enough? Would he be okay? At this time, this was no longer just a match between Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu. After such a grievous insult to their pride, this had already become a matter of honor to the sword faction. If Jiang Baoyun was defeated, the sword faction really wouldn't be able to lift up their heads from the shame. However, Mugu Buyu and Jiang Baoyun's fight hadn't happened yet. On the contrary, the first one that Mugu Buyu would fight would actually be Lin Ming. As the referee announced this matchup, the entire arena started to boil with excitement. This battle between Lin Ming and Mugu Buyu would be a battle between 2 versatile geniuses at the pinnacle of talent. For the first time, the country bumpkin Lin Ming's cheers surpassed those of his opponent. The sword faction disciples and the young zither faction girls all cheered for Lin Ming. In comparison, almost no one cheered for Mugu Buyu. The puppet faction disciples were already scarce, and at this total faction martial meeting only a few of them showed up. Not only that, but each of them had a very queer and strange temperament. They would never do something so boring like cheering. In addition to that, the puppet faction had never been very popular with the other factions. The array faction, refiner faction, and most others didn't have a favorable impression of the puppet faction, so naturally they wouldn't cheer for Mugu Buyu. However, although there were many people that cheered for Lin Ming, there were only a few that actually had confidence in him. Indeed, Lin Ming's strength had already exceeded the expectations that others had placed on him. He had defeated Fang Qi, Jiang Lanjian, Qin Wuxin, and then Ouyang Ming. Time and time again, he made others re-evaluate the limit of his strength. But Mugu Buyu was the same. First he had revealed his essence integration boundary, and then he revealed his powerful close combat ability. Now his current momentum was in no way weaker than Jiang Baoyun. On the martial stage, Lin Ming stood 100 feet away from Mugu Buyu. During this total faction martial meeting, what Lin Ming had experienced had really opened his eyes. He had seen a zither musician, an array master, and now a puppet master, 3 exceedingly different and special fighting styles. And this was only within the relatively small 7 profound lands. If this were to be extended to the entire Sky Spice Bill continent, who knew how many weird and fantastic fighting styles there would be? Mugu Buyu opened the bag on his back, and a series of 3 puppets jumped up. First was the spider puppet, the second was a mummy, and the last one was a massive 8-clawed alligator. Mugu Buyu had finally taken out other puppets, and not only that, but he had taken them out from the start. Before, I never thought that you would come this far. When you defeated Ouyang Ming so easily, that really surprised me. You are the first one among the younger generation to startle me so greatly. But, this is not because of how strong you are, but because how fast you are growing. For you to already force me to use 3 puppets from the start is enough for you to take pride in. Words are useless. Let's fight. As his voice fell, the heavy profound soft spear that Lin Ming gripped in his hand began to emit a faint azure color. Azure true essence emerged out. Endless true essence vibrations surged forth recklessly, even shaking the air. Facing Mugu Buyu, Lin Ming didn't have the slightest idea what to expect, or what would happen. He only knew that Mugu Buyu would be an exceedingly tough opponent. Although this could be called a one-on-one match, the truth was that Lin Ming was up against the equivalent of 4 powerful enemies. Ah! The mummy shrieked, a bone blade in its hand, thrusting straight towards Lin Ming. Its speed was incomparably quick and majestic, it wasn't even much slower than Jiang Lanjian. The spear in Lin Ming's hand turned, piercing towards the mummy. The power of 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments flooded out. It could be said that as long as Lin Ming's spear scratched an opponent, that opponent would almost die. It was impossible for that dense bleached white bone blade to stop Lin Ming's spear. However, at this moment, the bone blade in the mummy's hand exploded, and the 4-foot-long bone blade instantly turned into several hundreds of 3-inch-long bone needles that shot towards Lin Ming. Half of these bone needles shimmered with a glossy green substance. They were poisonous. The attack closed in. This sudden burst of poisonous hidden weapons could be described as an extremely sinister and malefic move. Lin Ming coldly snorted, and the power of vibration erupted. 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments shot out from the heavy profound soft spear, each one glowing with an azure light. Pu 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 pu. The audience heard a rain of intensive explosive sounds. Those hundreds of bone needles were completely turned to bone dust by that azure true essence. Chapter 283 Puppet Battle Body. Chapter 283 Puppet Battle Body. Chapter 283 Puppet Battle Body. The bone fragments danced in the air, the mummy was blown away by the true essence explosion aftermath. Lin Ming erupted with true essence. His spear trembled, and he immediately launched golden rock shattering the void, his figure blurring, his extreme speed like gods and ghosts. He ignored the mummy puppet, and instead rushed straight towards Mugu Buyu. 200 feet passed in a fleeting moment under Lin Ming's feet. He directed his spear towards Mugu Buyu's chest. Bypass the puppet and oppress the controller. This was the best and most efficient way to deal with a puppet master. However, Mugu Buyu was no normal puppet master. His close-range combat capabilities were simply abnormal. In melee combat, would Lin Ming repeat the same mistakes and end up just like Jiang Lanjian? Everyone was thinking this question in their hearts. Jiang Lanjian was a disciple of the sword faction, and no one doubted just how strong his close-range power was. Yet he had been crushed by Mugu Buyu. Mugu Buyu's defensive power was too amazing, he was nearly invulnerable. Then, would Lin Ming's spear have any hope of threatening the existence known as Mugu Buyu? The audience's eyes were round, all of them were watching with unblinking eyes, their gazes focused on the scene atop the martial stage. Seeing Lin Ming rush towards him, the corners of Mugu Buyu's lips tilted up in a nefarious grin. Starting when he was 12 years old, his body had undergone countless transformations with rare and precious materials. His bones had been mixed with aged gold, and heavy dark steel essence had been injected into his flesh. Afterwards, he had soaked in heavy gold water for all 7 days of 7 weeks, totaling 49 days. This process was repeated 6 times, and occurred twice a year for 3 years. This sort of inhuman torture and excruciatingly harrowing pain was not something a normal human could endure without going mad. Because of this transformation, all of his hair had completely fallen off and his skin was dried and withered as if he were at the last breaths of his life. Even though he was young, his appearance was the same as a corpse that was laid out in the sun too long. One could say that to a certain extent, Mugu Buyu had turned his own body into a living puppet. The reason that Mugu Buyu was willing to pay such a great price was to rid himself of the puppet master's close combat curse. He wanted to become a legendary puppet master, and the place where his ambitions began would be at the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. Aged gold armor, Mugu Buyu shouted out, and his bones began to crackle, his entire skeleton making loud popping noises. A layer of metal drilled out of his flesh and poured forth, covering both of his arms. At this moment, both of Mugu Buyu's hands had turned the color of black gold. Facing Lin Ming's ferocious attack, Mugu Buyu didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he grabbed Lin Ming's heavy profound soft spear. This sudden change caused the entire audience to be shocked. Was this still a human body? Mugu Buyu directly gripped the spear point. As long as he could hold onto the spear point, he could use his puppet to attack again. Then, Lin Ming would be the same as Jiang Lanjian. He would only have 2 paths to take: abandon his spear and retreat, or suffer a grievous wound and be defeated. However, the moment he took hold of that spear point, his cunningly smiling face froze where it was. In that moment, 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments blasted out like an explosion. Lin Ming sneered, "Do you really think you are invincible?" Lin Ming gave a cold humph, and his azure true essence that had fused with the power of the true dragon rampaged into Mugu Buyu's body. The power of vibration was able to disregard any surface defense, directly destroying the core. Mugu Buyu gave a miserable cough as he was sent flying back by Lin Ming's vibrating spear. What? Seeing this, the audience had extremely stunned expressions. Earlier, Mugu Buyu had been able to easily block Jiang Lanjian's sword blade, and at that time he hadn't even used aged gold armor to cover his hands. Now, the aged gold armor had appeared, and he was still swept away by Lin Ming's spear. How could this happen? Mugu Buyu's face was incomparably grim and fierce as he crawled back up to his feet. His arm was still trembling, and a stream of dark red blood bubbled out from a broken gap in the golden aged armor. Mugu Buyu is injured. A single spear was able to wound Mugu Buyu. How did Lin Ming do this? How the hell is Lin Ming's attack power so abnormally freakish? Could it be that he hasn't used his true strength until now? To most of the audience, although Lin Ming was stronger than Jiang Lanjian, he wasn't several times stronger. In terms of attack power, Jiang Lanjian was still a disciple from the sword faction, and he himself was widely regarded as having extremely powerful attacks. At least, he shouldn't be too much worse than Lin Ming. But that single spear of Lin Ming's a moment ago had just completely upended the perception of the audience. Lin Ming glanced at Mugu Buyu's trembling hand and said, "So it seems even you can bleed." Mugu Buyu's defensive power had truly surpassed Lin Ming's expectations. Lin Ming had just broken through to the pulse condensation period, and he had reached 10,000 filaments of flow like silk. Not only that, but his strike had also contained azure true essence and the power of thunder. That vibrating true essence of his had an incomparably formidable destructive power. Once it hit the enemy, it could completely ignore all surface defenses and directly damage the organs and bones. That is to say, Mugu Buyu's aged gold armor was simply useless against someone like Lin Ming. In this case, after Mugu Buyu had actually taken his attack, his meridians and bones hadn't been ruined. This fellow has actually transformed his own meridians and skeleton. His body had almost metamorphosed into a puppet. There truly are unlimited martial paths, everything wonderful and strange is possible. Good. Very good. Mugu Buyu's expression sank. His brilliant glowing eyes that glared at Lin Ming were just like a vicious beast that was staring at a human it wished to chomp down on. He said, "You really have provoked my ire this time. I will have you pay the price of doing so." Puppet battle body. Mugu Buyu's skeleton suddenly emitted explosive popping sounds as if all his bones were contorting and snapping within him. The clothes on his body were like rags as they were torn to shreds, and 2 arms coated in blood stretched forth from his back. In the blink of an eye, Mugu Buyu had turned into a 4-armed monster. Lin Ming had seen and experienced many strange and disgusting things in the southern wilderness. Yet seeing this scene caused his heart to palpitate, the hairs of his arm to rise, and his scalp to tingle with numbness. This pair of arms didn't look as if they were created by rare materials. Rather, they were real arms that were hacked off and then sewed on. This Mugu Buyu was a raving madman. For different weapons were taken out from Mugu Buyu's spatial ring. His 2 back arms held a sickle that was over 5 feet long and a 1-inch thin long sword. One front arm held a hammer and the other held a 3-foot-long iron needle that was as thick as a thumb. This iron needle was especially used by the puppet faction to nail into a human's chest, so they could fix the human onto a wooden board and facilitate the process of turning them into human puppets. Most of the time this would be done to corpses, but sometimes it was used on the living. As Mugu Buyu pulled out these 4 weapons, Lin Ming was already moving. Lin Ming didn't intend to wait for Mugu Buyu to complete this body transfiguring process. A spear thrust out, and the spear point sparked with sizzling electric flashes. The purple flood dragon was especially good at disintegrating yin energy, and Mugu Buyu's body that was partially composed of corpses was especially heavy in this energy. If this spear struck, Mugu Buyu would absolutely take additional bonus damage. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly felt a massive traction force take hold of his body. It was as if he were a piece of iron that was attracted to a magnet. Lin Ming turned around in surprise to see that the giant alligator puppet had opened its giant jaws, and in its mouth a single pure black swirling vortex. This vortex emitted an extremely strong tugging force that pulled down his entire body. Engulfing power? What skill was this? Before Lin Ming could react, he heard a strange sound. A giant silver spiderweb dropped down from the sky towards him. This was the spiderweb that the spider puppet released. After a puppet master reached the essence integration boundary, the puppets they created could retain the abilities they had in life to a partial degree. For instance, this spider had retained its spiderwebs. Meanwhile, the mummy puppet also moved. It raised its hand, holding a broken bone blade and thrust straight towards Lin Ming's chest. At this time, Lin Ming was gripped by the engulfing traction force and was completely unable to dodge or evade. There was a spiderweb in the air and a bone blade on the ground. Lin Ming had been driven into a sure-kill situation. The audience collectively gasped in shock. Several of the young Zither faction girls couldn't bear watching this and began to loudly scream. At this moment, a scintillating bright purple light radiated from Lin Ming, and thick arcs of purple lightning leapt from Lin Ming's body like giant pythons, crashing towards the spiderweb. Kai kai kai. That spiderweb that far surpassed Sky Worm Silk in tenacity was instantly fired to ashes by the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. In that split second, the mummy flushed at Lin Ming, its bone blade raised high. Lin Ming gave a loud shoot. The long spear in his hand pierced forth like a venomous snake. Puff! The spear was filled with an unbelievable momentum as it thrust through the mummy's chest. The power of thunder that was especially able to dispel yin energy burst forth, countless arcs of electricity covering the mummy in a grid of lightning, its body wildly convulsing. Kai kai kai! The mummy's entire body was charred black by the power of thunder, fired into a block of charcoal. Suddenly, the mummy opened its wide mouth and spat out a cloud of purple smog. Corpse poison? The purple smog had just emerged when it was cleanly burned away by the purifying nature of thunder. However, this scene caused Lin Ming's heart to jitter in surprise. The diversionary strength of the engulfing power of the alligator to contain him, combined with the killing potential of the mummy and spider puppet as they circled him. Even on death, the mummy puppet would still release a deadly toxic poison. There were simply layers upon layers of killing moves. If Lin Ming didn't have the purple flood dragon divine thunder and azure vibrating true essence that could both defend and attack, then it would be exceedingly difficult for him to ward off so many attacks. Die. Lin Ming coldly snorted and 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments merged into the mummy's body where it exploded. The mummy was simply directly blown to smithereens from the spear point. He destroyed a puppet. So fierce. Although it was only destroying a puppet, this achievement was still enough to deeply shock the hearts of everyone present. Up until now, it was as if Mugu Buyu's puppets were immortal. No matter how he let his opponent attack, none of them were able to break apart the puppet's defenses. Even if the puppets were occasionally inadvertently injured, they seemed completely unaware of any damage they took. The fact that Lin Ming was able to completely destroy a puppet in one strike was enough to cause the audience's eyes to light up in delight. A puppet master had a limited number of puppets. Every time a puppet died, the puppet master's strength would correspondingly weaken. On the martial stage, Lin Ming casually shook off his spear, coldly looking towards Mugu Buyu. Have you finally finished your puppet battle body transformation? At this time, Mugu Buyu's entire body was enveloped in a thick carapace, with only 4 arms sticking out that were covered in aged gold armor. Mugu Buyu was in a very strange position as he supported himself on these 4 limbs. He looked just like a giant beetle. Hihi, this puppet I created has the strongest defense of all. It is called the Crimson Gold Tortoise. The Crimson Gold Tortoise's armor can resist penetration from any form of true essence. I confess, your true essence is very strange. It can actually pierce through my aged golden armor and injure me. But now, it is useless against the Crimson Gold Tortoise. As long as I am protected inside, I am invincible. Jijehe. Mugu Buyu laughed devilishly. Lin Ming probed the Crimson Gold Tortoise's armor with his soul force and it appeared just like Mugu Buyu had said. That Crimson Gold Tortoise armor was sealed in some sort of strange force field distortion, cutting off all flows of true essence. The puppet faction really has too many secrets. Although Lin Ming didn't understand the principles behind the force field, he was able to guess that it was a mystery that approached the power of laws. A mere puppet faction also had such a powerful legacy. One really couldn't underestimate any faction, no matter the size. I didn't think that against Mugu Buyu I would be forced to use my final abilities. If I'm already driven to this stage, how will I deal with Jiang Baoyun? Chapter 284 Evil Fire God vs Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Chapter 284 Evil Fire God vs Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Chapter 284 Evil Fire God vs Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. In the Grand Hall of the 7 Profound Valleys, Shi Zongtian's expression changed. Scarlet Gold Tortoise. I didn't think that Mugu Buyu would already be able to control the Scarlet Gold Tortoise. As a valley master of the 7 Profound Valleys, Shi Zongtian had some understanding into the cultivation methods and other skills of the puppet faction. The Scarlet Gold Tortoise was a defensive puppet, and its armor contained a true essence force field. This was a kind of law that was even above the concept of wind. A true essence force field was abstruse and enigmatic. Someone who wasn't a true genius would never be able to comprehend it. It was one of the most secret inherited legacies of the puppet faction. The true essence force field and essence integration boundary were together 2 great supreme heritages of the puppet faction. However, the difficulty in comprehending the true essence force field surpassed even the essence integration boundary. Shi Zongtian never would have imagined that Mugu Buyu, at such a young age, would have actually managed to simultaneously comprehend 2 supreme heritages of the puppet faction. This is the greatest talent that the puppet faction has seen for the last several hundred years. He is even superior to Jiang Baoyun's status in the sword faction. Shi Zongtian turned to look at the puppet faction great elder who was sitting in a corner of the grand hall. Surprisingly, the old corpse monster's long face actually had an extremely ugly smile. Obviously, he was beyond satisfied with Mugu Buyu. Seeing Shi Zongtian's eyes on him, the puppet faction great elder smiled with a jijehe and said, Buyu has comprehended just a little superficial knowledge of the true essence force field. As for the Scarlet Gold Tortoise, he's barely able to use the lowest level, but, jijehe, although it's only a little superficial knowledge, it's already more than enough to win this match and the next. The puppet faction Great Elder's words were filled with a supreme self-confidence. Indeed, he had reason to be self-confident. The true essence force field was known as the absolute defense among all puppet defenses. As long as he hid within the scarlet gold tortoise, Mugu Buyu would be in an invincible position. Not only that, but Mugu Buyu also had a puppet that was crafted from a peak Hutian realm master. This puppet had been used a single time 1 year ago, and its strength was already amazing then. Now, a year had passed and its strength was most likely even greater. A true essence force field coupled together with a peak Hutian master puppet. If both were used in unison, then not even mentioning Lin Ming, even Jiang Baoyun would find it very difficult to defeat Mugu Buyu. No wonder Mugu Buyu was so arrogant, he had the qualifications to back up his trash talk. Shi Zongtian casually glanced at the sword faction Great Elder and was surprised to see he had a very solemn and grave expression. Apparently, he too was very nervous about Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu's match. On the martial stage, the mummy puppet had already been demolished by Lin Ming. From within the scarlet gold tortoise, Mugu Buyu released another puppet. This puppet was also in a human shape like the mummy, and its entire body was covered in a bright crimson-red armor. This puppet burned with brilliant flames all over, and its aura was valiant and phenomenal. It seemed as if it were a flaming war god that had been born from the ashes of carnage. Kai Kai. The puppet took a single step on the ground, and the floor tiles directly melted. Its entire body exuded a powerful true essence energy. It was countless times more powerful than the mummy before it. It's the evil fire god. After the puppet faction obliterated the flame cult of Grace Venerate Nation, they used the corpse of their founder to create this puppet. That founder was a peak Hutian master. The evil fire god is even more powerful than it was a year ago. At that time its body armor didn't have such scalding heat, and it wasn't wreathed in flames. The surrounding audience couldn't bear but cry out in alarm and acclaim. Compared to the true essence force field, this peak Hutian realm master puppet was much more frightening and intimidating. How could Lin Ming still fight against Mugu Buyu? So this is the puppet that was manufactured using a peak Hutian realm master. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. The puppet that Mugu Buyu made from a peak Hutian master wouldn't be any normal puppet, nor would it be created with any normal materials. This puppet would at least be a top-level Hutian master like Qin Zia, or even stronger than Qin Zia. This was absolutely not an enemy that a peak Hutian master from the 36 countries could compare with. After being made into a puppet, the strength of it was still weakened by a great deal because of the limits of Mugu Buyu's cultivation. Still, it would not be easy to deal with. Coupled with the fact that Mugu Buyu was hidden within the Scarlet Gold Tortoise's true essence force field, and with the skirmishing ability of the giant alligator puppet and spider puppet, the union of these four factors created a perfect offensive and defensive system with no weaknesses at all. They could attack in a 360-degree angle from every single dead spot. Even Jiang Baoyun was somber as he watched Mugu Buyu set the battle stage. For these last 3 years, not only did his strength increase by leaps and bounds, but so did Mugu Buyu's. He had gained his own special ability, and Mugu Buyu was also no exception. He's managed to comprehend the two supreme heritages of the puppet faction. He had already gained fame a year ago with the evil fire god, and now its strength has increased even more. Lin Ming, I want to see just how you will fight this. Jiang Baoyun's eyes were brilliant as he watched Lin Ming. In this situation, most people had already written off Lin Ming as having any hope of winning. Time and time again Mugu Buyu had revealed power that was formidable beyond anyone's imagination. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the greatest talent that the puppet faction had seen in its 600-year history. Lin Ming silently gazed at the evil fire god. True essence continuously flooded into the heretical god seed, and with a light crackling sound, the mundane-looking purple steel needle jumped into Lin Ming's palm. This steel needle was only 2 inches long, and there was an image of a purple flood dragon engraved into the needle shaft. This purple flood dragon circled the steel needle 9 times, its claws in a hostile and threatening pose. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's Thunder Soul finally reappeared in the world after a 1-month-long slumber in the heretical god seed. Although the coiling dragon's steel needle contained an incomparably savage and brutal power of thunder, from the outside, it was impossible to see anything strange. The power of thunder was completely compressed within the steel needle, without even the tiniest bit of thunder power overflowing. It would be difficult for even a Xiantian master to realize that this steel needle in Lin Ming's hand was entirely constituted from energy. They would only think that it was a solid steel needle. This was the symbol of high-grade thunder manifestation. Energy and mass came from the same origins. Once mass was burned, it would turn into energy. And once energy was highly compressed, it could also similarly evolve and gain a substantive quality. This was the so-called true essence manifestation. The manifestation of thunder was also the same. Therefore, of all those present, no one noticed the purple steel needle appear in Lin Ming's hand except for Mu Qinghong. Even Shi Zongtian wasn't an exception. If Shi Zongtian completely focused his soul force to probe, then he might be able to discover that there was something unusual about the steel needle. But even if he did, he would never imagine that this steel needle of Lin Ming's contained an earth-shattering strength. He's finally used his last trump card. This is the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's Thunder Soul. If it wasn't for Qianyu informing me ahead of time, then I would never have noticed such a small object. Mu Qinghong looked at that coiling dragon steel needle and felt her heart startle. The power of thunder was actually compressed to such a terrifying degree, it was hard to imagine that this was a low-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul. At this time on the martial stage, Mugu Buyu, who had released all his firepower, laughed with a jjihe sound. He said, "Lin Ming, you can take pride in compelling me to use my full strength. Now, meet my strongest attack, Flaming Hell." Hoo! Hoo! The spider puppet spat out a ball of spider silk and the giant alligator puppet opened its mouth to release its engulfing power. This engulfing power immediately latched onto Lin Ming's body, blocking him from using his matchless speed. At the same time, the evil fire god drew out a massive burning flame greatsword that blazed in a conflagration of flames. Once this greatsword appeared, layers of heat waves rushed out like a tide. It was as if all the oxygen in the air itself had lit on fire. Under such a terrifying wave of energy, even the protection barrier around the martial stage began to slightly tremble. And this was only that aftermath of releasing such power. Obviously, Mugu Buyu's strike would be even stronger. All of the audience watched with widened eyes, their breath abated. Qin Xingxuan felt as if her heart was caught in her throat, both of her small hands were tightly clasped together, knuckles white. How could Lin Ming stop such a formidable strike? Mugu Buyu was absolutely one of the cruelest and most ruthless juniors of his generation. One only had to look at Jiang Lanjian as an example. Although the total faction martial meeting didn't allow murder, what if it happened accidentally? Or what if there was an irreversibly serious injury that crippled Lin Ming for life? Aware of these possibilities, Qin Xingxuan's palms were cold with sweat. At this moment, the evil fire god moved. It brandished the flaming greatsword in its hands and chopped down at Lin Ming. It was as if space was torn apart, leaving nothing but endless red fire dancing in the sky. In that moment, even the referee elder had begun to revolve true essence within his entire body, maintaining 120% vigilance. He was ready to move out and rescue Lin Ming at any time. If such a rare talent like him were to be ruined on the martial stage, then that would be an immeasurable loss. Wong wong wong. The air trembled, the greatsword howled, and a roaring inferno of flames ascended to the heavens. As for Lin Ming, who was bathed in the flames, his eyes were closed tight and his mind entered a deep concentrated state. His soul had already long penetrated into the flame, controlling each flicker of fire energy and sending it flowing into his heart. This power of fire is actually more dominant than the abyssal flames, and yet there is no flame essence controlling it. Instead, it's supported by 9 hollow flame essences. This truly is an inconceivable method, to have a single body contain 9 hollow flame essences, and yet controlling them so they do not conflict with each other. Is this an ability that only a puppet can have? The power of fire didn't have the support of an eternal flame essence backing it. Because of this, It was easily controlled by the heretical godseed. Lin Ming simply didn't need to fear this attack at all. His entire body surged with true essence as all of it was poured into the coiling dragon steel needle. Lin Ming flicked his finger. Catcher. A 3 feet thick purple beam of light shot straight into the highest skies, impacting the heavens. It was as if the 9 heavens had sent down heavenly tribulation to the world. The inestimable, highly compressed, brutal power of thunder completely broke out from the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Thunder clapped, giant purple electric snakes danced wildly. The power of thunder and the power of flame met, rotating together. Even without Lin Ming's deliberate manipulation, these two extremely volatile and dangerous energies underwent a similar fusion like thunderfire annihilation. They blew up in a titanic explosion. Bang! The terrifying power of thunder wantonly surged out in all directions, creating waves of radiant reddish-purple shockwaves that lashed out everywhere, falling all over the curtains of light that formed the protective array formation. With the terrifying explosion contained within a fully enclosed space, the protective light curtains instantly and violently trembled as they expanded outwards from the blast. With a ka sound, cracks began to appear in the protective barrier, rapidly spreading out like a spiderweb. At that moment, the entire protective array formation completely shattered. Lin Ming had already been expecting this. His feet moved and he immediately launched Golden Rock, shattering the void to rapidly retreat. With the support of the heretical god force, the highly compressed azure true essence thickly wrapped around him, protecting the vital areas of his body. But as for the Peak Hutian evil fire god puppet, how could it have the same awareness that Lin Ming did? It had stood in the near center of the explosion. Under the mighty force of that terrifying energy, its armor burst apart and its body cracked all over, deep fissures appearing throughout. What? How is this possible? Whether it was the audience, the elders at the Grand Hall, Jiang Baoyun, Jiang Lanjian, or anyone else, they were all completely shocked as they saw the evil fire god destroyed. They had thought that after Mugu Buyu had taken out his strongest puppet, the evil fire god, and created a perfect attack system, that he had already won. None of them ever imagined that with this single strike of Lin Ming's, that seemingly all-powerful evil fire god collapsed apart on the spot. Chapter 285 Unstoppable. Chapter 285 Unstoppable. Chapter 285 Unstoppable. The intensity of the explosion was too strong. Lin Ming's clothes were torn in many places, hanging off his body like rags. He had various injuries that ranged from mild to severe, but none of them were life-threatening. If it wasn't for the endless tenacity of his azure true essence and the fact that his own body's defensive capabilities were so powerful, then he would have been in a pitiful state after taking such an attack. As for Mugu Buyu, his defensive power was much stronger than Lin Ming's. Still, with his main body hidden in the much less mobile scarlet gold tortoise puppet, he was in a much more distressed and embarrassed state than Lin Ming. Under that violent detonation of energy, he and the scarlet gold tortoise had been both sent flying backwards, smashing against the edge of the arena, and falling down like a turtle that was flipped over. Even the weapons in his hands had fallen out. In the middle of the martial stage, the tiles that had just been repaired yesterday were completely blasted apart by the terrifying explosive force. As for the evil fire god, its entire body was covered in fissures and cracks, and it seemed more dead than alive. The other two puppets were also broken by the explosion. The giant alligator's tail had broken, and the spider puppet had lost 5 of its 8 long legs. The audience gasped repeatedly, "The evil fire god is ruined." I can hardly believe my eyes. A year ago, I personally witnessed the power of Mugu Buyu. At that time, the evil fire god could almost be considered better than the deputy housemaster of the Jade Bamboo Nation's 7 profound martial house. And now a year later, the evil fire god has a red suit of armor. Its strength is most likely much greater than it was before, and yet it was defeated in a single move. No, it's better to say that it was demolished. This is too terrifying. Even the protective barrier shattered apart. Is this really a human? What attack did Lin Ming use? Was it purely the power of thunder? Everyone present had some level of cultivation. In the instant of the explosion, they had been able to sense an incomparably strong power of thunder. Not only that, but a thick purple column of light had impacted into the skies, piercing the heavens. This was something that anyone could see as long as they weren't blind. It was just that no one believed that Lin Ming was actually able to unleash a power of thunder that could generate such catastrophic destruction. At this moment, the sky resounded with claps of thunder. As the audience looked up, they could actually see flashes of lightning in the clouds above. It was as if a thundercloud had magically appeared on a rainy summer day. Without a doubt, this phenomenon was created by the pillar of lightning that had shot up into the sky a moment ago. The power of thunder was actually able to break through the heavens and live amongst the clouds. The vibrant intensity of this power of thunder was simply amazing. Mugu Buyu finally managed to roll over and right himself from the pile of rubble he was in. His deep eyes looked at Lin Ming in disbelief, his lips vigorously twitching. This is impossible. How could he possibly have such a powerful attack? Ka. With a light crackling sound, several pieces of the scarlet gold tortoise's shell began to fall off. This was obviously caused by the trauma of the impact a moment ago, making cracks appear. Even the scarlet gold tortoise was damaged. Mugu Buyu let out a heavy gasp. The true essence force field was a legacy that was on par with the power of laws, and yet it still hadn't been able to completely block Lin Ming's strike. What sort of terrifying move was this? Even a peak Hutian powerhouse couldn't compare. To use such an attack, this baby boy must have used some sort of secret technique. There is no way that he could use it again. My true essence force field hasn't broken, there is no need for me to be afraid of that attack again. As Mugu Buyu thought this, his rapidly beating heart was able to settle down. So many of my puppets were destroyed, that even includes my evil fire god. I will surely make you pay. Mugu Buyu clenched his jaw, the corners of his lips curving up in a vicious smile. To a puppet master, every puppet was extremely precious and valuable. The spider puppet and giant alligator puppet had been seriously damaged, and the evil fire god was turned to scrap. The scarlet gold tortoise also had minor damage. This succession of losses caused Mugu Buyu's heart to feel as if it were dripping blood. The manufacturing of a puppet required one to invest a massive amount of time, effort, and all sorts of rare and precious materials. Mugu Buyu simply couldn't afford to lose his puppets, especially the evil fire god. Mugu Buyu had paid the price for these puppets, and now they were nearly ruined by Lin Ming. It was just like breaking his hands and feet at the same time. Mugu Buyu grabbed another 4 different weapons, glaring at Lin Ming as if he wished to shred him into a million pieces. At this point, Mugu Buyu's eyes jumped. He saw Lin Ming flex his fingers, and a purple steel needle appeared in his palm, spinning around. Millimeter? A moment ago, did this boy take out that steel needle to send out that terrifying attack? Mugu Buyu couldn't confirm his suspicious. Looking at that purple steel needle, it didn't seem as if there was anything special about it. Regardless of whether or not that horrifying attack was caused by that steel needle, it's impossible for him to launch it multiple times. There is no need for me to fear him. As Mugu Buyu though this, he drove out all the hesitation and dread that had built up within his heart. He grasped the 4 weapons in his hand, his concentration at the limit. As long as he saw this steel needle fly out, he would immediately cut it down. In the Grand Hall, Shizongtian saw this coiling dragon steel needle reappear once more. He was stunned to the point of immediately standing from his chair. This is. Shizongtian naturally had extraordinary eyesight. When he first saw Lin Ming take out this coiling dragon steel needle, he didn't really think that it was worth paying much attention to. But this time he deliberately used his soul force to probe. Just as his soul force touched the surface of the steel needle, a terrifying power of thunder that was compressed to an outrageous degree bounced back. Just what the... It can actually reflect my soul force probing? Shizongtian was shocked. He was an extreme Xiantian master, and yet this steel needle that was taken out by a junior had actually managed to force back his perception. This mighty power of thunder. Could that steel needle possibly be a manifestation of thunder energy that had actually substantialized into pure thunder matter? Shizongtian was about to continue investigating, but at this time, Lin Ming flicked his finger, and that coiling dragon steel needle was sent flying. Mugu Buyu was at the end of the line, He was in a critical situation. He had a throbbing premonition that this steel needle wasn't simple at all. The 4 weapons in his hands were all the highest high-grade human step treasures. Not only that, but they had been inscribed with special puppet symbols that channeled the true essence within his body. They were weapons that were tailor-made for him to use. Mugu Buyu had paid a great price for these special top-quality treasures in his hand. He couldn't believe that with these treasures, he wouldn't be able to block a small steel needle. Lin Ming was a rare genius, but in the end he was still a common martial artist from the 36 countries. How could he have anything of a grade that surpassed these treasures in his hand? "Break for me," Mugu Buyu cried out, and he flourished all 4 treasure weapons to cut down that coiling dragon steel needle. A sickle, long sword, iron nail, and hammer, all 4 of these weapons were thousands of times larger than that tiny coiling dragon steel needle. The clash between them would be completely out of proportion, just like an elephant against an ant. Even though everyone realized that Lin Ming's strength was unfathomably deep, none of them believed that this steel needle could explode with a terrifying power. However, as Mugu Buyu's 4 treasures simultaneously struck the coiling dragon steel needle, a completely unexpected scene occurred. Bang! Thunder sounded on the ground, and a terrifying purple ray of light shot into the sky. Hundreds of thick electrical snakes wantonly coiled in the air, crazily twisting around. Mugu Buyu, who was hiding in the crimson gold tortoise, was sent flying back, just like a ball that was hit by a human expert. The entire audience was stunned. How could this happen? Before the audience had a chance to react, an urgent voice suddenly cried out, "Watch out for the explosive shockwave." That array formation was supposed to protect the audience by containing anything within the martial stage. However, that defensive barrier had already shattered apart in the last attack. Without the protection of the curtains of light, the purple explosion mixed with arcs of terrifying lightning savagely surged out into the audience. The disciples nearest to the martial stage cried out in alarm. They immediately forced all of their true essence to protect their body, bracing themselves against the terrifying explosive shockwaves and lightning. They were not weak, but even so, after being struck by the purple energy waves, they felt their blood tumbling within them and their whole body go numb. Several martial artists whose cultivation was only at the bone-forging stage were even thrown backwards, wounded, vomiting blood. Heavens, that is just too terrifying. The true essence aftermath actually has this kind of power. Just how terrible would it be directly facing it? In the contestant waiting area, Zhong Yangzhao had taken out his saber to resist the true essence shockwaves. Feeling the inestimable energy within, he could only ruefully smile, muttering to himself, "How laughable of me. Although my strength isn't enough to reach the top 5, in terms of attack power I foolishly believed I was far above everyone else. But not compared to Lin Ming. Even if I used the strongest move of the Blood King's triple murder, I can't even begin to match up to this." After the shockwaves of the explosion passed by, the audience was in total chaos. At this time, everyone couldn't help but wonder just what had happened to Mugu Buyu, who had been directly struck by this. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads to look. They saw that Mugu Buyu's tortoise shell had already smashed into a stone pillar, his entire puppet body covered in rubble, motionless. Seeing this, everyone's throats fiercely twitched as they gulped over and over again. Such a terrifying attack, even if Mugu Buyu had the defensive power of the scarlet gold tortoise, the impact alone would have been enough to wound him. This was too fearful. With the sound of rolling rocks, Mugu Buyu finally crawled out from the rubble. It had to be said that the scarlet gold tortoise's defensive power was truly resilient. Even under the second attack of the coiling dragon steel needle, it hadn't exploded into bits, only a massive number of cracks had appeared on the surface. But even though the scarlet gold tortoise had an amazing defensive power, it still couldn't defend against the electric shocks or the impact damage from being flung away. Mugu Buyu was scorched black all over his body, and his organs felt as if they were dislocated. Ka. As more of the scarlet gold tortoise pieces crumbled off, the true essence force field was teetering on a very precarious situation. Mugu Buyu was frightened out of his wits. This Lin Ming was simply an abnormal monster. That sort of inhuman attack could actually be launched in burst. Although the second attack was much weaker, It could definitely match or even exceed an all-out attack from a peak Hutian master. If he was struck again, he feared that his scarlet gold tortoise would be finished. If this happened, then Mugu Buyu's combat effectiveness would sink to the pits. His great losses would simply be unimaginable. Mugu Buyu's eyes were bloodshot as he sent a withering glare at Lin Ming, as if he only wished to swallow him. He could only gnash his teeth and finally say, "I admit defeat." A puppet master had many different forms of attacks, and could form a three-dimensional attack system from all facets. Compared to an ordinary martial artist, they had many advantages. But the disadvantages were obvious too. Once a puppet was damaged, it was very troublesome to repair. They weren't like normal martial artists that could just eat some healing medicine, rest for a few days and be completely healed. Mugu Buyu actually admitted defeat. Too terrifying. Lin Ming was actually able to force Mugu Buyu into this situation. I think that even Jiang Baoyun will lose against Lin Ming. I don't think Jiang Baoyun has any hope. He seems to be around Mugu Buyu's level. A Seven Profound Valleys disciple slapped his thigh, and said with some annoyance, "If I knew about all this earlier, I would have bet on Lin Ming to win. Even if I only placed down 10 true essence stones, I would have become a rich man." Chapter 286. Closing the curtains on the final act. Chapter 286. Closing the curtains on the final act. Many people regretted that they hadn't placed bets on Lin Ming to win. They all had limited foresight. When Jiang Baoyun had displayed his amazing strength to the crowd, they thought that Jiang Baoyun had a high chance of winning. Then when Mugu Buyu had revealed his essence integration boundary and true essence force field, they thought that Mugu Buyu would win. Now, Mugu Buyu had been completely eliminated by Lin Ming, so they in turn transferred all their support to Lin Ming. A voice coldly said, "The battle hasn't been fought, no one knows the outcome. Perhaps Lin Ming might not defeat Jiang Baoyun." Millimeter. Mugu Buyu's most terrifying aspect lies in his defensive power. Lin Ming's attack power had exceeded even a peak Hutian master, so he was able to suppress Mugu Buyu. But Jiang Baoyun is different. Jiang Baoyun's most terrifying aspect lies in his attack power and speed. If Lin Ming's attack can't reach Jiang Baoyun, then the loser will absolutely be Lin Ming. As the person said this, everyone began to feel that this was a very rational and justified reasoning. Among masters, they were often able to equally restrain each other in different aspects. Mugu Buyu and his puppet were very slow. To Lin Ming, he was a perfect target. But Jiang Baoyun was different. His sword speed reached the pinnacle. His movement speed reached the pinnacle. His attack strength reached the pinnacle. He was a completely different type of master than Mugu Buyu. Like this, the final result of that battle became confusing once again. As the crowd discussed amongst themselves, Lin Ming was also playing out the battle between him and Jiang Baoyun in his imagination. He once had full confidence in himself, but until now, he still hadn't seen or experienced Jiang Baoyun's true and total strength, and he didn't know the cause for Jiang Baoyun's confidence. "It's a pity that my flame essence is too small and weak right now. Otherwise, I could combine thunder and fire. It would be much easier to deal with Jiang Baoyun." The flame essence within Lin Ming's heretical godseed was much more formidable than it was in the past. However, it didn't have an enhancement in its essential nature. It remained the lowest of the low-grade human step flame essences. After recently using some fires from another flame essence to build up his own, along with collecting some information, Lin Ming was able to summarize many experiences and thoughts he had. Normally, for a martial artist's flame essence, such as the Southern Wilderness Fire Worm Shaman's Eternal Flame, or the Refiner faction Hua Yenluo's Abyssal Flame, once its grade was decided, it would never be able to be promoted to a higher grade. For instance, once a medium-grade human step flame essence was born as such, it could never again be improved. Even if one collected all sorts of rare and precious materials to enhance it, it would only cause the flame essence to grow stronger within flame essences of the same level. It would never have a qualitative evolution. It was just like raising a dog. One could feed a dog good meat and good bones, allowing it to grow stronger every day. But no matter how strong this dog became, it would never become a tiger. A higher grade flame essence was only a bit different. For instance, an earth-steppe flame essence would start off as a mewling tiger cub. After first acquiring it and not having fed it anything, it would naturally be inferior to a good grown-up dog. But in the end, a tiger was a tiger. Even if it was fed rotten meat every day, it would eventually grow up and become a beast that a mere dog could not deal with. As for Lin Ming's current flame essence, even if placed among the dogs, it would be the weakest and most pathetic puppy of all. Yet the difference was that it could continually grow, and even change its essential nature. In the future, it could become a tiger or transform into a dragon. When that happened, its true terrifying strength would burst out. If he wanted his flame essence to have a qualitative change, it could only happen by devouring other flame essences. As for everything else, even the highest fire attribute materials like the feathers of the vermilion bird could only increase the strength of the flame essence within its grade. They couldn't cause the flame essence to be promoted to another level. Because of this, Lin Ming had kept and hadn't used most of the vermilion bird feathers that he had obtained by tricking Mu Qianyu's Saint Beast mount, the cute little flame. As Lin Ming was thinking about Jiang Baoyun's combat strength and where his weaknesses could be, in the Grand Hall, several of the 7 Profound Valleys elders were watching Lin Ming and talking about him. That battle earlier had simply given them too great a shock. It wasn't just Shi Zongtian, but also several other elders who had noticed the coiling dragon steel needle. They realized that it wasn't a true material object, but rather something that was condensed and formed by pure energy. The sword faction great elder's deep eyes flashed. He lowered his head as if he were hesitating for a moment, and then slowly said, "If this old man hasn't misread with his dull eyes, then that should be some sort of instrument that was congealed from pure thunder origin energy. This sort of thing isn't something that even a thunder attribute Xiantian realm powerhouse could have. It's unbelievable that a pulse condensation boy can actually have this sort of thing. Elder Jiang, don't tell me you believe that little brat Lin Ming was actually able to condense that steel needle? What a joke and a half." The Zither faction sovereign coldly snorted, obviously viewing Elder Jiang's opinion with utter disdain. It is impossible for a pulse condensation period child to condense a pure energy weapon, even if they were at the height of all talent. That requires an incomparably thick true essence to condense, and also a heaven-gifted thunder origin energy fusion compatibility. He would need to purify the thunder attribute energy and then condense that origin energy into a weapon. Lin Ming's talent is barely enough, but he absolutely does not have the required true essence. If he does, then he can just forget about the tournament and come right up here. I will give my position to him. The Zither faction's old woman said all this in a chilling tone. She continuously beat Lin Ming's face, diminishing and dismissing him. She really held no love, or even had a decent impression towards Lin Ming. This was because no matter what faction Lin Ming joined, it was impossible that he would join her Zither faction. If he joined another faction, then that was equivalent to gaining another powerful rival. This was something that she understood in her heart, and thus her impression of Lin Ming continued to worsen. Elder Jiang faintly smiled. Lin Ming would not join the Zither faction, but there was a high chance that he would join the sword faction. The sword and spear and many similarities that could help each other, and although Lin Ming couldn't practice the sword arts, there were still many true essence revolving cultivation methods that he could use. Moreover, the sword faction had the most abundant resources. Like this, the sword faction would have 3 great talents in Jiang Baoyun, Jiang Lanjian, and Lin Ming. Thinking this, the smile on Elder Jiang's face grew wider and wider. He stroked his beard as he said, "Even if it wasn't condensed by Lin Ming, it's also very extraordinary that he can control a Xiantian level origin energy weapon. It's only good luck, nothing more. He just hit the jackpot when he stumbled into some Xiantian master's inheritance. With this opportunity, he would naturally be able to make leaps and bounds in a short period of time. But after this period, all of it will disappear." Hearing the cynical taunts of the Zither faction sovereign, Mu Qinghong suddenly coldly interjected, "There are countless lucky opportunities that can be found in the Skyspill continent. However, there are only a few people that can obtain them. What others lack is not luck, but ability, courage, and wisdom." Mu Qinghong was well aware of just how Lin Ming managed to come by his purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. He had rushed to the summit of Thundercrash Mountain with just a bone-forging cultivation. He even snuck into the flood dragon's lair and managed to obtain the magnetic birthstone. This courage and fearless bravery was not something that could come from any average person. This was also a point that Mu Qianyu had extremely admired in Lin Ming. There were countless talents and geniuses within the Sky Spill continent. However, the number of true high-level powerhouses was actually very low in number. This was not because everyone else had insufficient talent, but because they lacked wisdom, understanding, perception, and an incomparably firm heart of martial arts. Mu Qinghong had a lofty status. Hearing her say these words of praise, the Zither faction old woman didn't immediately respond. Shi Zongtian smiled, mediating between them. What Fairy Maiden Qinghong meant is that opportunities only present themselves to those that are prepared. Every lucky chance has an accompanying risk that corresponds to the rewards. There is a fine line between obtaining this lucky chance and dying a beggar's death. As the elders discussed these matters, several other matches had already passed on stage. Two masters that also represented the pinnacle of attack power faced each other in Huoyang Luo and Zhong Yangzhao. Huoyan Luo's flame essence turned out to be superior, breaking apart Zhong Yanzhao's Blood King's triple murder. This caused the audience to exclaim in surprise. The abyssal flame's power was truly terrifying. If it wasn't for the lightning attack that Lin Ming had released, then the abyssal flame would be the most powerful move of this year's total faction martial meeting. After that was Fang Qi against Mugu Jirong. After Fang Qi had lost his golden light array flag, he could have been considered at the lowest spot of the 11 people. However, Mugu Jirong wasn't much better. When he fought against Huoyang Luo, 3 of his puppets had been burnt to cinders by Huoyang Luo, and as a result his strength had greatly decreased. These two could be said to be comrades in suffering, fellow losers that had lost a great deal of their strength. After a tough battle, Mugu Jirong was finally able to defeat Fang Qi. This victory had basically established that Mugu Jirong would be 10th, and Fang Qi would be 11th. The 23rd round was Zhong Yangzhao against Huan Xiaodai. Most of the crowd favored Zhong Yangzhao and were more optimistic of his chances. However, what happens during a match can often surprise. Huan Xiaodai created illusion after illusion and was able to cause Zhong Yangzhao to strike empty air. Afterwards, he was defeated by Huan Xiaodia's counterattack. Like this, 8th and 9th place were also settled. Zhong Yangzhao had taken his Bloodwave saber to participate in this total faction martial meeting and had only reached 9th place. This result was much worse than what the Zhong family elders had hoped for. It could only be said that this year's total faction martial meeting simply had too many extreme talents. After the 24th round ended, the referee team decided to temporarily postpone the matches between Lin Ming, Qin Wuxin, Jiang Lanjian, Jiang Baoyun, Mugu Buyu, and Ouyang Ming for 3 days. The other contestants' matches would carry on as usual. Because these 6 people had amazing combat strength, the martial stage's protective array formation had to be repaired and strengthened. Also, Jiang Lanjian had been severely wounded and Mugu Buyu's puppets had been seriously damaged, greatly decreasing both of their combat strength. If the matches continued, it would be impossible for them to display their full potential, thus the decision was made to delay the matches. Lin Ming was indifferent to this decision. In the top 11, there was only one person he hadn't yet fought, and that was Jiang Baoyun. This would be his final battle. For 3 days, Lin Ming was specifically arranged by the 7 profound valleys to stay in a quiet room that was built over an opening in the land pulse. The feature of the opening in the land pulse was that there was origin energy that gushed forth from the ground. The heaven and earth origin energy here was twice as rich compared to other places in the 7 profound valleys. As for comparing it to Sky Fortune Kingdom, the difference was simply like heaven and earth. At the same time, what Lin Ming ate was spiritual fruits and vegetables. These foods contained rich heaven and earth origin energy that was even purer than what was served at Desert Flower Hall. Lin Ming suspected that the food he ate was valued at over 100 true essence stones. If this was converted to gold, that would be 100,000 gold taels. To eat 100,000 gold taels in a single sitting was mind-boggling. The entire yearly expenses of the Crown Prince's offices wouldn't even be able to cover a few meals. Lin Ming just couldn't imagine how much gold was being spent on food. But since the food was supplied free of charge, Lin Ming naturally obliged and opened his belt and belly wide to eat as much as he could. Since the 7 profound valleys had plundered so many resources, he ate with a clear and satisfied conscience. In these 3 days, Lin Ming didn't go out. He stayed in his room meditating and cultivating. Under the support of the ethereal martial intent, the blue miracle pill efficacy and the heaven and earth origin energy he got from eating the spiritual food were completely absorbed by him. Slowly, his early pulse condensation period cultivation became increasingly consolidated. These 3 days quietly passed. As Lin Ming sat in his room after a full night of meditating, his eyes slowly opened. In that instant, his pupils flashed with thunder. Today was the true final day of battle. As for Lin Ming, he only had a single match, and that would be his battle against Jiang Baoyun. Chapter 287 Blue and Black Twin Swords. Chapter 287 Blue and Black Twin Swords. Chapter 287 Blue and Black Twin Swords. It was early morning. The sun had risen from the east, scattering the murky grey mist that shrouded the land. The entire 7 profound valleys was seething with utter excitement. Because there were only a handful of matches left for today, there was plenty of time left. Therefore the first match was scheduled to start in the late morning. Even so, at the dawn of day, the entire martial square was already densely packed to the point at which it was even difficult to walk through. In these last 3 days, everything except for the last round of the tournament had been finished, including the 2nd tier and the 3rd tier. Ranks 100 to 200 had already been decided through points attained in the 10,000 killing array. Qin Xingxuan had finally managed to attain rank 169, and Ling Sen attained rank 72. These 2 results were already considered excellent for martial artists from the 36 countries. Sky Fortune Kingdom had 3 people who managed to reach the top 200. Qin Zia was simply ecstatic with the euphoria of this success. In particular Lin Ming, the pleasant surprise that this young boy had given him was too great. After defeating Mugu Buyu, Lin Ming had high hopes of becoming the champion. Once Lin Ming came in first, Qin Zia would be able to obtain the heaven-opening pill that he had been longing for in his dreams. Countless martial artists pursued the Xiantian realm for their entire lives. Even Qin Zia, who had a simple personality and was often indifferent, was extremely excited at the prospect of officially stepping into the Xiantian realm. However, Qin Zia was clear that the Xiantian realm was most definitely the end of his martial arts road. Among the peak Hutian masters, he was among the top, and it was difficult for anyone in the Hutian realm to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in comparison. But after he reached the Xiantian realm, he would only be the most ordinary of Xiantian martial artists, the kind that were often surpassed by the most talented geniuses. But even so, Qin Zia was satisfied with that road. Who knew how many martial artists in the Sky Spill continent had been stuck at that Xiantian bottleneck? They had been unable to break through their entire lives, and would finally die with their dreams unfulfilled. When Lin Ming reached the square, he saw an elderly man in blue kindly smiling at him, a long sword on his back. As Lin Ming saw this elder, his was startled. This old man was just casually standing there, but it seemed as if there was an invisible sword aura floating around him, able to cut apart all. Extreme Xiantian Master? Lin Ming's heart jumped. An extreme Xiantian Master was very rare, even in the 7 profound valleys. There were many faction sovereigns that hadn't been able to reach the extreme Xiantian realm. Lin Ming. The blue-clothed elder smiled kindly at Lin Ming as if they shared a close rapport with each other. This was in sharp contrast against the sharp sword aura that surrounded him. Senior. Lin Ming bowed in respect. After the tournament ends, make sure you come to the Absolute Sword Peak Sword Terrace to look for me. This old man's name is Jiang Wuji. Jiang Wuji. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. This old man really was the sword faction sovereign. Although Lin Ming took pride in his status and abilities, with existences like Jiang Wuji, he still needed to look up to them in respect. Of course. Lin Ming replied in deference. He was able to faintly guess what Jiang Wuji wanted from him. Since this was a personal invitation from the sword faction sovereign, it was naturally impossible for him to reject. At this time, a hearty laughter sounded out. Jiang Wuji, you're quite a crafty one. When this voice sounded out, it seemed as if it was far away. But right after, it had already entered into his ears. Lin Ming turned his head and saw a handsome man in a white robe walking over to him. He was several hundred feet away, but crossed this distance in only a few steps, as if the road underneath him was shortening. This was also an extreme Xiantian master. Lin Ming's eyes jumped. He didn't know how many extreme Xiantian masters there were in the 7 profound valleys, but he could tell that they were all characters at the sovereign level. If such a figure were placed in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, even the emperor would have to be cautious around them. To be more precise, any emperor of the mortal world would not even have the qualifications to see them. The tournament hasn't even ended, and yet your sword faction is already thinking of snatching away this young talent. Lin Ming is a spear master. If he enters your sword faction, there is nothing he can do. If it's like that, it's much better for him to join my Acacia faction. The white-clothed man smiled as he said this, then very casually patted Lin Ming's shoulder as if he was showing a great deal of affection and fondness. The white-clothed man's lewd smile was completely out of character with his vaunted status. My Acacia faction. Hihi, do you understand just what benefits you'll have if you join my Acacia faction? There are thousands of beauties for you to freely choose from. If you take a fancy towards anyone, you can just carry them away. My Acacia faction can satisfy any taste that you have. Young girls that are 14, young girls that are 18, or even several dozen years. We have ripe, mature women that are rich in experience and techniques of all kinds. Although it sounds a bit old, you'll never be able to tell them apart from a 20-year-old. As long as you desire, you can obtain any type you wish for. We have mothers with daughters, twins, quadruplets, sisters, everything you can hope to find. Not only that, but Lin Ming, with your status, these girls will fall over each other to climb into your bed. They will rack their brains and do anything they can think of to please you. This is the ultimate life that a man can live. Hearing the Acacia faction sovereign's bawdy laughter, Lin Ming was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for this fellow's cultivation, then it would have been hard for Lin Ming to think of this man as a sovereign. But as Lin Ming remembered just what sort of place the Acacia faction was, and that it was a faction that focused on carnal cultivation methods, he realized this made sense. Millimeter? Aren't you interested? Seeing Lin Ming have no reaction, the Acacia faction sovereign's eyes were somewhat strange. He was likely suspecting that Lin Ming had a problem with his body, or maybe he had a different sexual orientation. Lin Ming was speechless. He finally said, "Thank you sovereigns for your kind thoughts, but joining a sect is very important, and many matters are at stake. I honestly haven't given it much thought yet." According to the customs of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming had finally reached the age where one would often discuss marriage. It was impossible for Lin Ming to not desire a woman. After all, he was a young boy with hormones. But to him, the Acacia faction's cultivation methods were simply too low-grade, and he could never use women to cultivate something like the divine Acacia power. Haha, of course, when discussing such things, naturally you need to further consider. After this tournament ends, come to my Acacia faction if you have the spare time. I have a few gifts prepared for you. The Acacia faction sovereign revealed a lascivious smile that was easy for any man to understand. Lin Ming could imagine just what these so-called gifts were. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. With the appearance of the Acacia faction sovereign, Jiang Wuji kept a calm and placid expression. There wasn't much harmony or goodwill between the largest factions of the 7 profound valleys, the Sword faction and Acacia faction. One was a self-proclaimed righteous sect that followed the orthodox ways, whilst the other was an evil sect that focused on fulfilling one's earthly desires. Both of their ideals ran counter to each other. It was simply impossible for them to get along. As the sovereigns of the 2 largest factions within the 7 profound valleys coldly stared at each other, the tournament had already gotten underway. There were only 6 contestants for today's matches: Lin Ming, Qin Wuxin, Jiang Lanjian, Jiang Baoyun, Mugu Buyu, and Ouyang Ming. These 6 individuals were fated to be the top 6 of this year's total faction martial meeting. The first to go on stage was Mugu Buyu. He had already switched to a new puppet. Repairing a badly damaged puppet was a complicated and tedious matter that took a great deal of time. Thus Mugu Buyu could only take out a spare puppet. Of course, its power was clearly inferior to the precious combination. However, even though he was at a disadvantage, his fighting strength was still surprisingly high. In his match against Qin Wuxin, Mugu Buyu was able to easily win because Qin Wuxin's zither music was simply unable to break through his true essence force field. Afterwards, Ouyang Ming fought Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian's attacks were swift and sharp, but in the end he was unable to overcome Ouyang Ming, and was defeated. Like this, the 5th and 6th place ranks were decided. Qin Wuxin was 5th, and Jiang Lanjian was 6th. Next was the struggle for the top 4 spots of this tournament. Ouyang Ming against Jiang Baoyun. This battle had aroused a great amount of interest amongst the audience. This was because they once thought that this battle would be the ultimate showdown of this year's total faction martial meeting. This was the first time that Jiang Baoyun had drawn his sword, causing everyone to be greatly surprised. Jiang Baoyun's sword case on his back held 2 swords. One was blue, and the other was black. Both swords were slender and long. The blue sword was covered in teal scales, and it had a chilling luster to it, shining with a cold light. As for that black sword, it was inserted into a scabbard. That scabbard seemed to be made of some black stone. It was incomparably strange. These 2 swords grabbed everyone's interest. Even Lin Ming was eyeing those swords with great concern. He had a gut feeling that those 2 swords weren't as simple as they seemed. As a swordsman, Jiang Baoyun had been able to reach this stage without having taken out his swords. This was enough to illustrate just how terrifying he truly was. Now, the first time he brought out his sword, there were actually 2. This caused the audience to be exhilarated. Was Jiang Baoyun someone who practiced dual wielding? That's impossible. Our 7 Profound Valleys sword faction only cultivates the single sword. Not only that, but the dual wielding method is simply not the orthodox method. Jiang Baoyun would never do something so trifling and neglect the essential foundation of the sword path. A dual swordsman had the advantages of using dual swords. However, a true orthodox swordsman held a single blade as their king. Those swordsmen that pursued the ultimate pinnacle of the sword almost all used a single blade. Of course, in ancient times there was also a legendary swordsman named Wang Chengsheng who had used the rare dual sword method. Once the match started, Jiang Baoyun actually didn't take out his black sword. Instead, he only drew his blue sword. The sharp sword light that it released was like a verdant rainbow that fell from the sky. The purple flames that Ouyang Ming released were chopped into bits. With his sword in hand, Jiang Baoyun's aura had completely changed from before. As soon as the battle with Ouyang Ming started, it became a completely one-sided slaughter. In just 10 breaths of time, the match had ended and Ouyang Ming admitted defeat. Jiang Baoyun placed the blue sword back into his sword case. As for the black sword, he hadn't even touched it. He had 2 swords with him, and yet he only used one? Nobody believed that the second sword in Jiang Baoyun's sword case was there for some fancy decoration. It absolutely contained a terrifying amount of power. The reason that Jiang Baoyun hadn't used it was likely because Ouyang Ming didn't have the qualifications to force him to. Jiang Baoyun should be a dual wielder. Since he has 2 swords, the second sword should be tied to some special skill that he uses. Lin Ming mulled over this. When he looked at Jiang Baoyun, he found it difficult to estimate him. He just always had such a calm, confident appearance. Naturally, he also had the ability to be so confident. The audience was deeply curious as to what Jiang Baoyun's second sword was. They were looking forward to it being drawn, and were hoping that he would use it against Mugu Buyu. However, they were left in disappointment. As the referee announced the match between Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu, Jiang Baoyun actually refused to participate. Jiang Baoyun, why won't you fight me? Mugu Buyu's mummy face was twisted together, it looked hideously grotesque. I do not wish to win like this. Your evil fire god is ruined, and your scarlet gold tortoise is in poor condition. As of now, you are not my match. Jiang Baoyun embraced his sword case, his voice tranquil. Mugu Buyu ground his bright white teeth together, and sneered as he laughed, "So you pity me. To think that I, Mugu Buyu, would one day fall from the skies and be reduced to this state, where I am actually pitied by others." Although Mugu Buyu loathed Jiang Baoyun, he couldn't help but admit that with his current condition, it was impossible for him to be Jiang Baoyun's match. Jiang Baoyun said, "There's no need to speak any further. Right now you don't even have the qualifications for me to bring out my black crystal sword. When you've restored yourself to your peak condition, then you can come look for me at the Sword Terrace. At that time, we shall decide who is the winner and who is the loser." Thus, Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu's match was put on hold, and Ouyang Ming's position was settled as fourth. There was only one final match left in this tournament. It would decide who was the champion. Lin Ming against Jiang Baoyun. Chapter 288 The Peak of All Battles. Chapter 288 The Peak of All Battles. Chapter 288 The Peak of All Battles. The referee team was keenly interested in the final match of Lin Ming and Jiang Baoyun. They decided to let the two of them adjust and restore their conditions to the peak. Before the final match began, the tournament was placed on hold for 3 hours until lunchtime was finished. In fact, by this point many people weren't even in the mood for lunch. They remained in their seats, fervently anticipating the upcoming match and discussing amongst themselves. The common disciples of the 7 profound valleys had limited vision on what would truly happen. However, they had an outstanding capacity to fantasize how the match would play out, brainstorming countless ways that Lin Ming and Jiang Baoyun would fight. Even Jiang Baoyun's black crystal sword had had its function and characteristics thoroughly researched. Especially for the disciples of the refiner faction, although they were not so good at combat, this was a prime opportunity for them to display their specialized skill sets. They analyzed Jiang Baoyun's black crystal sword from multiple angles and deduced its attributes. If one wasn't aware of the situation, then they would have even thought that these refiner disciples were the ones who personally handcrafted the sword. The afternoon sun in the winter was gentle and hazy. Afternoon had passed, the last match of the total faction martial meeting would begin. This was the showdown between the top talents within the several 100,000 miles of the 7 profound territory. This would decide who was the number one of the younger generation. As the fateful moment approached, the cheers of the arena became thunderous, drowning out every other sound for hundreds of miles. By this time, no one dared to mock or look down on Lin Ming, not even the 7 profound valleys disciples. Everyone just wanted to see this showdown between these two geniuses that stood at the apex of talent. This was an opportunity that only came around once every several hundred years. It could be said that this sort of chance could only occur through the fickle fortunes of fate. It had to be known that if a martial artist didn't step into the Xiantian realm, they would live at most around 200 years. For them, this battle would only happen once in their lifetimes. By just that point alone, it was enough to excite them to the point of frothing at the mouth. On the martial stage, Lin Ming and Jiang Baoyun stood 200 feet apart. Jiang Baoyun opened the sword case he carried on his back, and took out the vivid blue longsword. With this sword in hand, the momentum that Jiang Baoyun had already gathered around him suddenly shifted. His eyes sharpened as if they contained a limitless sword light, piercing the heart of anyone he glanced at. If Jiang Baoyun had been a calm man with a gentle temperament, then now he had the qualities of the finest sword. He was sharp, ice-cold, and filled with murderous intent. Jiang Baoyun pointed sword fingers at Lin Ming and said, "Before this martial meeting began, my sovereign once told me that Ouyang Ming, who I lost to 3 years ago at the last martial meeting, had reached the peak pulse condensation period and would be my greatest match. He cautioned me to be careful, but I told him that Ouyang Ming was not my greatest rival. My greatest rival is only myself. If I cannot continuously defeat talents of a third-grade sect, then what qualifications do I have to even speak of pursuing the end of the sword path?" But now, those words, Jiang Baoyun took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a dazzling light as if they were bright stars shining in the inky black night. "I cannot help but acknowledge that your talent far exceeds mine. When you and I were the same age, I did not have your strength. But more than that, I am even more enthusiastic. A peerless powerhouse needs a grand stage to grow. This small 7 profound territory does not qualify for such a stage, and even being the number 1 hero of the 7 profound territory holds no meaning for me. Even worse, my eyes might be clouded by this title, and I might become complacent, weak. Therefore when I was 18 years old, I began to challenge to talents of all other third-grade sects, including even Peacock Mountain. At the start, I lost many and won only a few times. But after that, I won many times, and lost only a few. And now this year, I challenged 4 geniuses, and was defeated not even once. Therefore, I once again became confused, thinking that I would lose my way. And then you appeared. You are the rival of my destiny. Once I defeat you, I will become a hero of this era. The greater your talent, the higher my spirit burns with passion. Lin Ming, do not let me down. Lin Ming looked at Jiang Baoyun with surprise. He hadn't imagined he would have such a broad view of the world. In 1 year, he had challenged 4 other geniuses from different sects, and defeated them all. One had to know that this was an extraordinary achievement. After all, the 7 profound valleys couldn't be considered the highest of the third-grade sects. No wonder. Although Jiang Baoyun had lost to Ouyang Ming in the last total faction marital meeting, his power and influence now far exceeded Ouyang Ming's, and he held an unshakable position in the heart of every disciple of the 7 profound valleys. All of this was accomplished by his own sword. Lin Ming also understood why Jiang Baoyun had kindly invited him to join the sword faction. This was because he was not afraid of a challenge. On the contrary, he longed for a true opponent to test himself. The desire to challenge himself. This was his heart of martial arts. This was the heart of martial arts that a genuine master should have. Lin Ming slowly said, "From the moment I began to walk the path of martial arts, I had heard the great name of the 7 profound valleys. To the me of that time, the 7 profound valleys was like a forbidden temple that loomed high in the heavens, impossible for us ordinary commoners to even see. After I stepped into the hallowed halls of Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house, I became increasingly aware of just how terrifying the 7 profound valleys was. Because of your existence, there are many martial artists like me, common, ordinary ones, who have forever lost their chance to practice martial arts. This is the fate that has been engraved within their very bones since birth. Since that moment, I had resolved to someday bring my spear here and break through that fate of imprisonment, to fight for what belongs to me, and take control of my own destiny. Now, what I will say is that if you wish to take me as the rival of your destiny, then I will tell you that I will not disappoint you. However, whether or not you can keep up with my pace will all depend on yourself." As Lin Ming said these words, the entire audience was startled. This was just crazy talk. A martial artist from the 36 countries had actually said such insolent words. If it were just a few days ago, then these 7 profound valleys disciples would have been laughing until they rolled on the floor, but now, no one dared to laugh. This was because Lin Ming had the ability to say so. "Good." Jiang Baoyun laughed. "Lin Ming, take out your spear." These words, filled with a surging fighting spirit, were just like a thunderclap that rolled throughout the entire profound sky mountains. "Take out your spear. Take out your spear. Take out your spear." The echo impacted into the sky, reverberating between the heavens and earth. At this moment, the entire atmosphere of the arena lit up in a glorious frenzy. This time, the cheers were not for Jiang Baoyun, nor were they for Lin Ming. They were only for this match that would decide the top master of the younger generation. Lin Ming turned his wrist, and the heavy, profound, soft spear appeared in his hand. His aura immediately erupted. He was just like an implacable mountain. At this moment, Jiang Baoyun also moved. He began to slowly walk towards Lin Ming. However, his footsteps had an unapproachable feeling, as if the ground he walked on could not be violated. After a few steps, the unbelievable occurred. As Jiang Baoyun moved forwards, he left behind a phantom that was identical to his shadow. This phantom was also wearing black clothes and holding the Blue Peak treasure sword in his hand. It was almost impossible to discern any difference between it and Jiang Baoyun. Phantom. Lin Ming's brows furrowed, and his soul force swept out. He was actually able to feel a chilling murderous intent emitting from that phantom body. It wasn't just a ghost, but a true phantom that could attack. Its own attack power was no weaker than the true Jiang Baoyun. Lin Ming drew in a breath of cold air. There was actually such a cultivation method in this world. As two Jiang Baoyuns appeared, the audience was stunned. Jiang Baoyun said, "From your expression, it seems that you've already deduced the truth. You're right, the phantom behind me is not just a ghost, it is a true swordsman. It has the same speed and attack power as I do, it is my sword spirit avatar. Right now, it could be said that you are fighting two of me." What? Simultaneously fighting two Jiang Baoyuns? Many people were frightened silly. Jiang Baoyun was already an abnormal freak, and his skill with the sword was at the highest peak. His attacks were sharp, swift, and incomparably fierce. And now Lin Ming had to fight two Jiang Baoyuns at once. What kind of concept was this? Everyone knew just how terrifying Jiang Baoyun was. In 1 year, he had challenged 4 top talents of third-grade sects, and had achieved victory against all of them. But because Jiang Baoyun had fought in distant lands, his moves were unknown, and no one knew just what the limits of his strength were. In the audience, Qin Xingxuan was nervously wringing her hands together, her palms already wet with sweat. Could Lin Ming defend against this? And Jiang Baoyun still had that black crystal sword. Sword spirit avatar? Lin Ming could be considered open-minded. There were countless varieties of martial artist, and too many that he didn't understand. There were some he had never heard of, and even some that he could never have imagined. Almost all of these abilities and skills were either mediocre or of an unorthodox origin. Because there were just too many, there had to be some cultivation methods that were considered wonderful treasures even in the realm of the gods, waiting for him to find. Graceful sword. Jiang Baoyun gave a loud shot, and there was only a flash of blue. That flash of blue was too quick, it was just like a flicker of color that suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. Golden rock shattering the void. Ka. The sword light directly pierced through Lin Ming, Jiang Baoyun, and his blade had cleanly sliced through Lin Ming's body. But it soon became clear that he was only an after-image. Jiang Baoyun hadn't even looked back when his sword spirit avatar shot forwards with the same speed, unstoppable. The blue sword flickered, thrusting straight towards Lin Ming's throat. At this time, Lin Ming was in the air, he could not evade. Ah! The audience didn't even have time to cry out in alarm. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with flight, concept of wind. Ka. Another afterimage was cut apart. Lin Ming fell to the ground with his spear, a foot-long cut in his plain clothes. Good speed. Lin Ming was shocked. The truth was that Lin Ming's speed wasn't slow. The concept of wind was fused into his attacks and into his movements. Whether it was movement speed or attack speed, he far exceeded a martial artist of the same level. However, he had been completely unable to catch up to Jiang Baoyun's speed. It could only be said that Jiang Baoyun's speed was completely abnormal. How was this possible? Lin Ming found this hard to believe. Was this really a speed that a pulse condensation period martial artist could achieve? I see, so Jiang Baoyun has already comprehended his own sword step. In the 7 Profound Valleys Grand Hall, Shi Zongtian was watching Jiang Baoyun, finding it difficult to remain calm. This so-called sword step was when one's own movement fused into one's sword intent. When a person's movement achieved the boundary of becoming one with the sword would move as the person did, and the person would move as the sword did. Because of this, Jiang Baoyun was able to reach a truly terrifying speed. To walk the sword path, one not only needed a deep cultivation, but also an extremely high perception. Jiang Baoyun was able to reach this sword step boundary because of his own indispensable talent and perception. It wasn't only Shi Zongtian. Several other faction elders were startled. Lin Ming's speed was truly praiseworthy, but Jiang Baoyun's speed was even quicker. He had a natural inborn sword spirit, and he had managed to comprehend his own sword step at the young age of 19. Such a terrifying swordsman had never been seen in the 7 profound territories within the last millennium. The refiner faction sovereign Huoxian couldn't help but ask, "Elder Jiang, just what realm has Jiang Baoyun reached? Just a year ago I had seen him in action, and he is completely incomparable with his current self." Chapter 289 The Limit of Speed. Chapter 289 The Limit of Speed. Chapter 289 The Limit of Speed. The Sword Faction Great Elder shook his head and said, after Baoyun awakened the sword spirit within his body, he's made 10,000 miles of progress every day. Even I find it difficult to estimate what level he is at now. During his 4 challenges this year, I accompanied him on 3 of them. The growth he's made through every battle is just incredible. Hearing the Sword Faction Great Elder say such praise, those present felt amazed. It was just too striking that even the Sword Faction Great Elder didn't know the limits of Jiang Baoyun's strength. This growth rate was just bewildering. Jiang Baoyun kept creating miracles. He was just like the main character of some fantasy novel. Shi Zongtian's eyes shined and he couldn't help but think in his heart, Sword Faction's Jiang Baoyun, Puppet Faction's Mugu Buyu, Zither Faction's Qin Wuxin, and now we also have an even more amazing talent, Lin Ming. With these 4 great talents gathered here in this single generation, is it time for my 7 profound valleys to usher in eternal times of prosperity? Xiu. On the martial stage, an icy blue radiance shone out. At the same time, the 2 Jiang Baoyuns both flourished their swords, and 2 sword energies instantly twined together, the imposing aura in the air sharply rising to the peak. When the 2 swords combined, the sum was greater than the parts. The sword energy pierced through the void, slicing through the reinforced martial stage array formation as if it were nothing but a sheet of tofu. The sharp aura instantly caused the audience to feel cold, as if that chilling sword aura was up against their own backs. Facing this combined sword energy, Lin Ming held his spear horizontally with both hands. Azure true essence erupted, and the sonorous roar of a dragon cried out as a black dragon shadow appeared behind him. This was the first time Lin Ming had released the power of the strongest true dragon after consolidating his true essence in the pulse condensation period. Catcher. The martial stage began to shake, and cracks spread on the tiled floor under Lin Ming's feet like a spiderweb. His spear thrust out, and vibrating true essence divided into 10,000 filaments, howling forth. Saber like tiger, spear like dragon. With the power of the true dragon attached to the spear, it could display the ultimate power. Bang! 2 terrifying energies collided in a deafening explosion. Turbulent waves of true essence wantonly surged forth, the entire martial stage shook. Ka. The icy blue sword energy was constantly breaking, but the azure true essence was also constantly melting. However, the point of energy impact was slowly sliding towards Jiang Baoyun. This meant that Jiang Baoyun's sword energy was losing against the azure true essence. Even with 2 sword energies combined, Jiang Baoyun's attack is inferior to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's attack power is just too weird. In terms of attack power, Jiang Baoyun is weaker than him. The audience was aware of just how powerful Jiang Baoyun's sword energy was. When Jiang Baoyun had fought Ouyang Ming, he had only needed to slice out a few casual sword energies to scatter apart Ouyang Ming's absolute life purple flame that he had summoned with his full true essence at the perfect 5th stage of the divine acacia power. At that time, Jiang Baoyun hadn't even used a sword. But now, Jiang Baoyun and his spirit sword avatar had combined together, and they were still weaker than Lin Ming's spear. Peng! True essence waves crashed out. Jiang Baoyun and his sword spirit avatar instantly flashed, his figure fading. Although his attack power was inferior to Lin Ming's, his speed was still superior. Cha. 2 sword energies pierced towards Lin Ming from 2 different directions, their speed already reaching the degree at which they was hard to see. However, Lin Ming hadn't even turned his head to look. He completely liberated his perception, using his soul force to sense all the information in the air, determining where Jiang Baoyun's attack would come from. Flow like silk. The azure true essence had already congealed, and it erupted again. Lin Ming aligned his spear with the sword energy, and 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments divided in half, 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments each directly impacting the sword energy. Peng! Peng! The sword energies broke apart. At the same time, a purple power of thunder ran out from the ruins of the sword energy, rushing towards Jiang Baoyun like a deadly blade. Ca. In the instant that the lightning struck, Jiang Baoyun's body flickered and he only left behind a vague blur, not even giving Lin Ming the slightest opportunity to strike. He's too fast. Lin Ming was startled. This was the first time that he had encountered someone whose speed was so fast that he couldn't hope to match them. With his thick cultivation true essence and his sword step, Jiang Baoyun's speed was already beyond the limit that a pulse condensation period martial artist could reach. As for Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void, although it could be said to be one of the most powerful movement techniques that existed, his cultivation was just too low. Firstly, Lin Ming was only at the early pulse condensation period, and secondly, he hadn't cultivated golden rock shattering the void to a high enough level. Golden rock shattering the void had a total of 12 layers, and the Supreme Elder that passed away only had 8 of them within his memories. As for Lin Ming, he had only truly learnt the first layer. With just some superficial ability in golden rock shattering the void along with Lin Ming's lower cultivation, his movement was naturally slower than Jiang Baoyun's sword step. Lin Ming was already considering that after the total faction martial meeting ended, he would cultivate a thunder attribute movement technique with the aid of the purple flood dragon divine thunder, and make up for his insufficient movement speed. After all, a thunder attribute martial artist normally had an enormous superiority in terms of movement and speed. Peng peng peng. Another 3 sword energies were broken. The martial stage was run through with wide fissures in the ground. Jiang Baoyun's sword light was just too terrifying. However, Lin Ming's spear could actually break it. It could be said that the azure true essence combined with flow like silk was just too strong. Swish swish. Jiang Baoyun and Lin Ming's speed was too quick. The audience could barely see vague blurs of icy blue sword light and azure true essence. When these forces collided in the same place, bursts of vibrant, dreamy blue light radiated out. Although Lin Ming's speed was inferior to Jiang Baoyun's, to the common viewer, their speed had already surpassed the limits of their sight. It was only when Lin Ming's speed lowered a bit as he thrust out his spear was the audience able to barely see his movements. But this was only a very short moment. Because of the persistence of one's vision remaining in the eyes, every action he made was like a ghost. In just a single breath of time, Lin Ming had already thrust out his spear several dozen times. These spears were not chaotic or random. Every spear was able to break apart 3 or 4 sword energies that Jiang Baoyun cast out. In other words, Jiang Baoyun and his sword spirit avatar had already sliced out hundreds of sword. Just a day ago, the new reinforced protective array formation had been placed down. But now, it was fiercely shaking again. The entire martial stage was whipped into a tornado, and the broken tiles of the martial stage were picked up into the brutal winds. These fragments were like arrows that shot in all directions. The audience was dumbfounded. They could only see more and more cracks and fissures appearing in the martial stage at a terrifying speed. When had they ever seen such a competition of extreme speed? Was this really a battle between pulse condensation period martial artists? Even Hutian realm martial artists would not be so abnormal. They are too fast, the realm their speed approaches in inconceivable. Even senior apprentice Sister Huan, who is a self-proclaimed speedmaster, can't even match up to half of their speed. A young Zither faction girl muttered to herself. Huan Xiaodai was a direct disciple who excelled most at speed. However, what she excelled most at was already worse than Jiang Baoyun and Lin Ming by far. She had no other aspect that she could even compare in. In normal years, direct disciples of the Mirage faction were inferior to the Sword faction direct disciples. However, the disparity usually wouldn't be so great. At most it would be equal to the gap between Huan Xiaodai and Jiang Lanjian. It could only be said that Jiang Baoyun was too abnormal. But although Jiang Baoyun was abnormal, how could Lin Ming, a martial artist from the 36 countries, be such a monstrous talent? With his early pulse condensation cultivation, he was managing to fight Jiang Baoyun to a draw. At this moment on stage, even Jiang Baoyun was startled. Lin Ming's movement speed and spear speed was inferior to his own, but when he and his sword spirit avatar cut out with 5 swords, Lin Ming was able to dodge 2 and block the last 3 with a single spear. That azure true essence that was attached to the silver spear was just too strong. It endlessly grew, and also contained a strange power of vibration. Lin Ming's speed was inferior, But with his formidable attack power and freakish defensive capabilities, he was not at a disadvantage at all. 10,000 vibrating filaments of azure true essence surrounded Lin Ming, protecting him all around. Jiang Baoyun's sword energy was able to puncture it, but was quickly worn down. No matter what he tried, he was unable to harm Lin Ming. The azure true essence that was lost was immediately replenished. Lin Ming is truly a versatile combat talent. Even with my speed advantage, I cannot defeat him. Jiang Baoyun remembered that when Jiang Lanjian had fought Lin Ming and first used his concept of wind, the situation then was the exact same as it was now. Jiang Lanjian had sent out wind blades and sword energies, and still was unable to do anything to Lin Ming. Finally, he engaged in a melee battle, only able to meet Lin Ming head-on. A sword master's sword spirit true essence and sharp sword energy could only display their greatest potential when attached to the sword blade. Naturally, the attack power of long-distance sword energy was inferior to directly striking with a sword. Big Dipper sword step. Jiang Baoyun's eyes flashed and he and his sword spirit avatar simultaneously displayed the Big Dipper sword step. Human and sword became one, as if they fused into the sword light, instantly arriving in front of Lin Ming. This extreme speed had already completely surpassed the limit at which anyone could respond. Cha. Two cold blue treasure swords stabbed into Lin Ming's body like a bolt of lightning. These two swords contained Jiang Baoyun's complete sword potential, and their attack power reached the limit of this instant blade. The azure true essence was simply unable to defend against such fierce sword strikes. It could only be blocked by the heavy profound soft spear. But the problem was, with such a fast attack speed that reached the limit, how would Lin Ming have any time to wield his spear? Even if he managed to bring his spear up in time, how could he possibly simultaneously keep of the attacks of two treasure swords? In that split second, Lin Ming's eyes burst with light, his pupils flashed with true thunder. Purple flood dragon divine thunder. True essence surged into the heretical godseed. The Thunder Soul had long been ready to explode with force. Catcher. Thick snakes of purple electricity ran out of Lin Ming's body, recklessly dancing around him. At this moment, Lin Ming's body burst into a dazzling purple radiance. It was like a god of thunder had been born unto the world. At such a close distance, no matter how fast Jiang Baoyun was, there was no way he could dodge. As this electric light entered his body, Jiang Baoyun's entire body numbed. The power of the savage thunder flushed into his meridians, brutally destroying everything in sight. Over half of the sword potential instantly disappeared from his blade, the rest continued thrusting at Lin Ming. Facing Jiang Baoyun's sword, Lin Ming simply had no way to avoid it. Since he was destined to not be able to evade, he wouldn't evade. From the very beginning, he decided to go down with his opponent in a battle of attrition. He galvanized the azure true essence in his body to the max, preparing to meet this attack head-on. Pa. With two light sounds, the sword blades pierced through the true essence protecting Lin Ming, stabbing into his body. On his lower abdomen and back, two streams of blood shot out. Even though his blood shot out, Lin Ming simply did not care. He cried out, body-tearing bone-shattering fists. Peng peng. He released the spear from his hands, punching out with two fists, directly smashing into Jiang Baoyun and the sword spirit avatar's faces. In short-distance attacks, a fist was faster than a spear. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Baoyun would have been able to use his extreme speed to avoid Lin Ming's fists. However, as it was now, Jiang Baoyun's body pulsed with a savage power of thunder. Lin Ming's sudden attack had taken him by surprise. Chapter 290 The Second Sword. Chapter 290 The Second Sword. Chapter 290 The Second Sword. The true essence that protected Jiang Baoyun's body was much stronger than a normal martial artist's, but in front of Lin Ming, it was no different to thin paper. Jiang Baoyun could clearly remember just what a pitiful state Mugu Buyu had ended up in after he had tried to defend against Lin Ming's all-out attack. Big Dipper sword step. Jiang Baoyun fiercely bit down on his tongue to restore his numbed body with the intense shock of pain. His movement instantly recovered, and he stormed backwards. Even so, he was still caught up in the fist wind. A vast and incomparable power of vibration immediately fluxed into Jiang Baoyun's organs, nearly causing his heart to stop. Jiang Baoyun's throat tasted copper, and blood leaked from the corners of his mouth. As for his sword spirit avatar, it was even worse. Lin Ming punched its face and azure true essence erupted. The sword spirit avatar had no true essence protecting its body, its defensive power was zero. Because of this, once Lin Ming punched it, its entire head blew apart, and its body began to slowly fade away. Jiang Baoyun's face whitened, his body staggering backwards as the backlash struck him. As long as his true self didn't perish, then his sword spirit avatar could be considered immortal. But the avatar was still linked to his main body. Once it was forcefully scattered, Jiang Baoyun would also suffer great damage. Fierce. Jiang Baoyun wiped the blood from the corners of his lips. The reason that he had chosen to attack Lin Ming with ranged strikes from the very start was because he feared Lin Ming's utterly terrifying explosive force. Because of the existence of that coiling dragon steel needle, Jiang Baoyun had kept a good distance between them. He was confident in his own speed and reflexes to dodge that steel needle, but if he was in close range, then that certainty was no longer there. He had suddenly used the Big Dipper sword step, and flashed in front of Lin Ming at a speed that neared teleportation, instantly using his strongest instant sword strike. Jiang Baoyun thought that at such an extreme speed, it would be impossible for Lin Ming to react with that coiling dragon steel needle. However, he had never thought that Lin Ming's body seemed to have fused with the energy from the coiling dragon steel needle, and the power of thunder was highly compressed within him. As soon as he approached, Lin Ming had exploded with the power of thunder, and the result was that he had taken a big loss. Jiang Baoyun was a swordsman. He was proud of his formidable melee combat abilities. He never thought that one day there would actually be someone who would force him away from melee distance. The feeling that Lin Ming exuded was just as if he were a dangerous vicious beast, unapproachable. As soon as the sword spirit avatar was blown apart by Lin Ming's fist and Jiang Baoyun was injured, the entire audience sucked in collective breath of cold air. This battle is too intense. In an instant, the two of them are already severely wounded. A 17-year-old Seven Profound Valleys disciple said. With his cultivation, he could only see fuzzy afterimages of Lin Ming and Jiang Baoyun's movements. Both receiving heavy wounds. You are too naive. I don't know how severe Jiang Baoyun's wounds are, but Lin Ming's are just nothing. When Jiang Baoyun and his sword spirit avatar's swords pierced him, they was only a quarter of a foot in. A disciple who participated in the Total Faction martial meeting said. His cultivation was already at the pulse condensation period, and his eyesight was much better than most people present. A quarter of a foot was only a few inches. To a pulse condensation period martial artist, this wound was not considered a severe injury at all. Jiang Baoyun's sword was indeed swift and sharp, but most of the sword potential had been scattered by that purple flood dragon divine thunder. Not only that, but with the added protection of the azure true essence, the swords hadn't managed to pierce deeply. Plus, there was also the enormous body defense capability enhancements that Lin Ming had obtained in the Sorcerer Pagoda. Ultimately, this was only considered a minor wound. It was just a split second of a melee fight, and yet Jiang Baoyun already suffered such a loss. Lin Ming is just a powder keg that's ready to blow up any time. Who would dare to fight him in close range like this? He took 2 sword stabs as if they were nothing. He's just like a vicious beast in human form. This is Jiang Baoyun's sword we're talking about, it's not some random nobody's sword. Lin Ming has to be the same as Mugu Buyu. His body must have been transformed in some way, otherwise how can a human body be so tenacious? As the audience spoke, the bleeding in Lin Ming's front and back wounds had already stopped. At this time, Lin Ming had stimulated the power of blood vitality in his body to the max, rapidly regenerating the wounds on his body. After he had passed through the life and death smelting trial in the Sorcerer Pagoda, the power of blood vitality in his body far surpassed a martial artist at the same level. If one had powerful blood vitality, then not only would they have excellent endurance, but exorbitant regenerative capabilities. Although it was impossible to make a complete recovery in a short period of time, stopping some bleeding only took a few breaths. Jiang Baoyun looked at Lin Ming and took a deep breath. I understand now. You are not someone that I can deal with by just using my blue peak sword. As Jiang Baoyun said this, he took out his sword case and withdrew that jet black sword. Finally, he had taken out the black crystal sword. Jiang Baoyun's taken out his second sword. He's finally used it. I wonder what sort of amazing final sword skill he can use with this sword. The entire audience was looking at the sword in Jiang Baoyun's hand with a curious excitement. This dark blade had no reflection, it didn't have the appearance that it was made from wood or metal, and it didn't resemble jade either. No one was able to tell exactly what sort of materials this blade was made from. After Jiang Baoyun extracted the black crystal sword, he casually tossed away the blue peak sword. Suddenly, the sword spirit avatar that Lin Ming had scattered with a punch turned into a hazy blue sword energy that swirled around the blue peak sword, wrapping around it. A moment later, a new sword spirit avatar appeared, and the original blue peak sword disappeared. As the sword spirit avatar was reformed, its body seemed even more lifelike, and the sword energy that emanated from its body was much more powerful. It was truly startling. The sword and sword spirit avatar combined. Jiang Baoyun's comprehension of the sword path is just too amazing. Two swords, the sword spirit avatar uses one, and the true self uses the second. This is just too exciting. Heavens, this is what a true dual-wielding swordsman is like. In the stands above, a sword faction disciple was staring at Jiang Baoyun's swords with obsession shining in his red eyes. If he could one day obtain 2 Earth-step treasure swords and coordinate them with a sword spirit avatar after becoming one with the sword, then what sort of concept would that be? The orthodox swordsmen took the lone sword as their king. This was because it was easier to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship with a single blade. But for those with the same cultivation or lower, a dual wielder's attack power was much higher. If they could learn Jiang Baoyun's technique, then could take dual swords as their king, and still reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This alone was enough to cause any sword faction disciple to go crazy with desire. It could be said that Jiang Baoyun had discovered his own unique dual sword method. Of course, to study such a dual sword method was extremely demanding, and one also needed to have a sword spirit in order to do so. You finally take out your black crystal sword. I thought you would have done so earlier. Lin Ming had some apprehension and dread towards this black crystal sword. Jiang Baoyun let loose a long breath, saying with a smile, "It's not that I don't want to, but as of right now, I don't have full control over this sword. And moreover, my black crystal sword's strongest attack is a soul attack. Unfortunately, it seems soul attacks aren't too effective on you." Millimeter? Soul attack? Lin Ming was stunned. A sword strike can contain a soul attack. Jiang Baoyun had actually managed to reach this step. Lin Ming had long thought about fusing the Samsara martial intent soul attack into his spear moves. However, all of his attempts so far had failed. Before the finals of this total faction martial meeting, Lin Ming had almost solely used soul attacks, and that was because he wished to gain deeper insights into the Samsara martial intent through constant use. And now, Lin Ming had defeated masters like Bai Tinghua with his soul attack, and his understanding of his Samsara martial intent had reached a new level, much more profound than it used to be. Yet he was still unable to have his spear moves contain any degree of soul attack as before. How strange. Jiang Baoyun is a swordsman, and he cultivates the sword with all his heart. How could he possibly split his time to cultivate his soul force? If his soul force isn't strong, then how could he use soul attacks? Zheng. The black crystal sword let out a strange, long sound that carried a peculiar penetrating power. It was as if it were resounding closely near the ears of everyone present. As the cold winter sunlight illuminated the stage, it shined onto the black crystal sword. But there seemed to be a cold and deep aura around the black crystal sword, as if it had its own force field, swallowing any light that came near it. Lin Ming, I said just now that I cannot control the power of my black crystal sword. If it truly strikes you, you might be severely wounded or even die. Of course, the one that is severely wounded might be you, or it might be me. Before Lin Ming had displayed the purple flood dragon divine thunder, Jiang Baoyun had already taken him as an opponent of the same level. He didn't feel the least bit of contempt or disregard towards him. At that time, The strength that Lin Ming had revealed was far inferior to Jiang Baoyun, and the reason that Jiang Baoyun had taken Lin Ming as an equal opponent was purely because his swordsman intuition told him so. Good. I just want to personally experience your soul attack. Lin Ming was filled with anticipation as he looked forwards to Jiang Baoyun's soul attack. He wanted to gain some insights from Jiang Baoyun's sword technique in battle, and he was also curious as to how a top swordsman like Jiang Baoyun, who cultivated the sword path with all his heart, would use a soul attack. As Lin Ming flourished the spear in his hands, his entire body combusted in an inferno of azure true essence. He looked just like a deep blue pyre of energy. He had already opened the heretical god force. Although the heretical god force could not last for several dozen breaths of time, it was more than enough for this final battle. The audience began to surge with wave after wave of cheers and screams, the excitement in the arena reaching a fever high. Qin Xingxuan nervously clenched her hands. Jiang Baoyun had said that even he wasn't able to control his ultimate sword. A soul injury was difficult to treat. Although Qin Xingxuan knew that Lin Ming's soul defense was extraordinary, her concern for him was causing chaos in her mind. It felt as if her heart was stuck in her throat. Big Dipper sword step. On the martial stage, Jiang Baoyun crossed over 100 feet as if it didn't exist. His speed was almost like teleportation. This was also why Lin Ming didn't waste any of his time, and opened the heretical god force ahead of time. Black crystal sword. Jiang Baoyun slashed out with the black crystal sword. At that moment, it was as if all sound had disappeared, and all the nearby light was being sucked into the black crystal sword. Ha! An invisible sword potential violently fluctuated outwards. In the moment that Jiang Baoyun slashed out, all of the sword-wielding martial artists in the arena experienced a shock. They could feel their swords vibrating, as if they wanted to escape from their sheaths. Lin Ming could clearly feel his own azure true essence being constantly cut apart. This sword wasn't fast, but it contained an immeasurably calm feeling. Power of the true dragon. Lin Ming swept out with his spear, and the shade of a azure dragon appeared behind him. The power of a true dragon burst forth. Roar! The booming cry of a dragon thundered into the skies. Lin Ming's spear thrust out, containing an indomitable momentum. It was like the air itself was exploding in its wake. Light twisted as an azure energy and deep black energy collided together. Time suddenly seemed to slow to a halt, with no intense explosion occurring. In that moment, Jiang Baoyun's sword energy pierced through Lin Ming's azure true essence, splitting atop of his spear point. There was a black stream of light that sunk into the heavy profound soft spear, piercing into Lin Ming's body. Chapter 291 The Final Strike. Chapter 291 The Final Strike. Chapter 291 The Final Strike. In that moment, Jiang Baoyun's sword energy had pierced through Lin Ming's azure true essence, splitting atop his spear point. There was a black stream of light that sunk into the heavy profound soft spear, piercing Lin Ming's body. Millimeter. Lin Ming wobbled, a strange feeling directly rushing into his spiritual sea. He could hear the clear whistling of a sword flying past his ear. This clear sound seemed very pleasant, but it was very uncomfortable to listen to. Soul attack. Lin Ming instantly reacted, but that sword sound that was in his ears had already flown into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Bang! Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, a mighty black sword appeared, cutting down. Roar! The sea boiled, massive waves of water rolling around. A purple flood dragon shot up into the sky, crashing into that great black sword. Both forces struck each other, and thunder exploded. The black sword energy radiated outwards, causing monstrous surges within the spiritual sea. Lin Ming shook, his face paling to the extreme. Was this great black sword the so-called sword spirit body? Lin Ming had only heard of this before. Sword spirit. So this so-called sword spirit was actually a sword-shaped soul. Those who had an inborn sword spirit were extremely rare individuals. They could fuse their own soul into their sword intent. Their perception in all sword arts was astonishing, and they could cultivate the sword path with half the effort and twice the result. Obviously, Jiang Baoyun had fused the sword intent within his soul into this strike, therefore he was able to create a soul attack. Jiang Baoyun's soul force wasn't powerful, but with the fusion of sword intent, it wasn't something that a normal martial artist could compare with. What a strong sword spirit! Lin Ming's spiritual sea had integrated the purple flood dragon divine thunder. His soul defense ability was beyond what anyone could imagine. And yet he could not actually immediately stop the soul attack of this sword spirit. However, this sword spirit's indomitability had aroused the purple flood dragon divine thunder's own arrogant heart. Roar! The purple flood dragon divine thunder burst into a loud roar, its entire body shining with a dazzling purple light. Its heavy claws smashed down on the sword spirit, shaking it and causing its radiance to dim. Peng! Jiang Baoyun received his sword and drew back. In that strike a moment ago, he had felt sick to his stomach. Although Jiang Baoyun was aware that Lin Ming had an incomparably formidable soul defense power, he never thought that it would be to such a ridiculous degree where it had easily broken his soul attack. If his soul wasn't wrapped in the sword intent where its defense was greatly strengthened, then he might have suffered a severe soul wound in that attack. Jiang Baoyun's soul attack was nullified, and his sword energy attacks didn't work. The endless azure true essence continually protected Lin Ming, and Lin Ming's own bodily defense capabilities were just mind-boggling. They were formidable to the point where it made anyone's blood boil with envy. Jiang Baoyun could only break through Lin Ming's defense in a close-range attack, but because he feared the purple flood dragon divine thunder, he also couldn't get close. Even if it was Jiang Baoyun, who was known for and proud of his sword's attack power, he also had a dreadful feeling of being forced into a dead end. And beyond that, Jiang Baoyun had discovered that even after all this fierce fighting that had occurred so far, Lin Ming hadn't shown any difficulty in sustaining his true essence. This proved that Lin Ming's own endurance far exceeded his own. If this fight dragged on, Jiang Baoyun wouldn't be defeated, but if it were too long, then his true essence would slowly be whittled down, and his defeat would only be a matter of time. Realizing this, Jiang Baoyun pointed his sword at Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, you are the strongest individual that I have encountered in the younger generation in my 20 years of life. The speed and soul attack which I have been so foolishly proud of have no effect on you. Now, all I have is my final sword. If you can receive it, then I will admit defeat." Lin Ming had also attained many insights through that soul attack just now. Hearing Jiang Baoyun say this, he responded, "Okay. After this battle, whether I win or lose, I am very willing to continue exchanging pointers with senior apprentice brother Jiang. After this match, I have obtained many benefits. Haha, the feeling is mutual." Jiang Baoyun's momentum erupted once more. In that moment, it was as if his entire body had become a sword with violent potential, incomparably sharp. Sword-shattering clear sky. This was Jiang Baoyun's strongest move. It used his own fused sword spirit and sword intent as the driving force in order to activate the ultimate legacy skill of the sword faction. With Jiang Baoyun's current cultivation, he could only display the barest surface of this power. Yet even so, it still had the might of gods and ghost. Sword energy cut through the void, and a sharp whistling sword wind howled through the entire mountain valley. Meeting this final strike of Jiang Baoyun, Lin Ming's vision was steady, and both hands grasped his spear. His heart had already focused into the shaft, and the power of the true dragon was revolving to its limit. Behind Lin Ming, the shadow of the true dragon appeared once again. With a faint dragon's roar, Lin Ming's spear thrust out. Vibrating true essence screamed forth, violently smashing into Jiang Baoyun's sword energy. The tiles under their feet were shattered into fragments. With this attack, they were evenly matched. For Jiang Baoyun to use a sword to meet a spear and simultaneously resist Lin Ming's 10,000 vibrating azure true essence filaments without even being forced back, the power of this sword-shattering clear sky could be imagined. At this time, another sword began to resonate. The sword spirit avatar that Jiang Baoyun had created before had gripped onto its blue sword, cutting down at Lin Ming. "Ah!" The audience cried out in alarm. Qin Zia, Qin Xingxuan, and everyone else felt their hearts stop. This sword-shattering clear sky was already unstoppable, but there was also the sword spirit avatar. This was a double attack. Lin Ming's pupils contracted, and true essence quickened within the heretical god seed. The weapon that he hid within his body, The coiling dragon's steel needle roared forth. Bang! The coiling dragon's steel needle struck above the sword light. The power of thunder exploded forth. Ka. It was like a glorious purple sun had dawned upon the martial stage. The sword spirit avatar was immediately incinerated into nothingness, and the blue peak sword lost its consciousness, crashing down and slicing into the ground. At the same time, the coiling dragon's steel needle rushed forwards. Although its power was greatly reduced, it howled as it flew towards Jiang Baoyun. Puff! The true essence protecting Jiang Baoyun's body was torn apart, his entire body paralyzed. He was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Baoyun slammed against the protective light curtain and fell onto the floor. Because the light curtain array formation had been reinforced, it was now able to protect against an early Xiantian master's all-out attack. This was why no matter how intense Jiang Baoyun and Lin Ming's fight was, it still wasn't able to shatter the array formation like before. The entire audience was deathly silent. In truth, Jiang Baoyun's defeat was not beyond anyone's expectations. It was more accurate to say that no one actually knew who would win and who would lose. This could be seen from the gambling house's odds before the match. However, as the audience truly saw Jiang Baoyun lying flat on the martial stage, severely wounded, they all felt as if they were living in some fantastical dream. To them, Jiang Baoyun was a myth. Within a single year, he had repeatedly defeated 4 third-grade sect's direct disciples, which also included the top third-grade sect Peacock Mountain. This success felt as if it were out of reach for anyone else. Within the 7 profound valleys, Jiang Baoyun was considered invincible among the younger generation. Even if it was Ouyang Ming who had attained a higher rank during the last martial meeting, no one believed that he had even the slightest chance of suppressing Jiang Baoyun. But now, this myth known as Jiang Baoyun, who was the greatest talent the sword faction had seen for centuries, was actually defeated by a disciple of the 36 countries. Not only that, but this disciple's cultivation was only at the early pulse condensation period. This was no different than a dream. In the Grand Hall, Shizongtian was heavily breathing, gasping for breath. In this last match, he actually favored Lin Ming's odds of winning. But after watching the entire battle play out, he was extremely shocked. This was because of the coiling dragon's steel needle. The second time that the coiling dragon's steel needle appeared, Shizongtian had a faint feeling in his heart of what it was. But he didn't dare to affirm this guess, or it was more accurate to say, he didn't dare to believe. In this match, Lin Ming had obviously integrated the coiling dragon's steel needle within his body, using it to resist Jiang Baoyun and his sword spirit avatar in melee attacks to make up for his disadvantage in speed. To use the coiling dragon's steel needle to this degree, how could it possibly be some destructive instrument created by a master? Because of this, Shizongtian was able to affirm the guess in his heart that this weapon was created from the condensation of a thunder soul. And the grade wasn't low either. It was at least a high-grade human step thunder soul, or maybe even an earth step thunder soul. This was an extremely absurd and preposterous speculation. A high-grade human step thunder soul could only be absorbed by someone at least at the Xiantian realm. As for an earth step thunder soul, even a thunder attribute middle Xiantian powerhouse would have to be cautious in absorbing it. How could Lin Ming possibly accomplish this? Shizongtian glanced at the other elders present, and he saw that only the refiner faction sovereign and array faction elders were shocked with disbelief. As for the other elders, they showed no difference. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for not recognizing what this coiling dragon steel needle truly was. Originally, a thunder soul was an extremely rare and scarce existence, and even the 7 profound valleys didn't have a thunder attribute master, so they weren't familiar with it. Not only that, but the thunder soul in Lin Ming's palm had also changed shape into a needle. Only those from the refiner faction and array faction suspected this. This was because they frequently dealt with the 7 heaven and earth origin energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Of course, this was only a suspicion, they too weren't sure, and couldn't believe it. Shizongtian couldn't help but glance at Mu Qinghong. Seeing that she didn't show any difference in expression, his heart immediately sunk. This woman. She probably already knew. Shi Zongtian hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. This sort of matter was too shocking. If it spread out, then it would create unnecessary troubles. Mu Qinghong pursed her lips as she sat near Shi Zongtian. Her eyes were bright as she gazed at Lin Ming. If his growth continues like this, then Lin Ming will enter into the revolving core realm. Not only that, but he will be a revolving core powerhouse who can fight above his realm. In the martial arts path, the further one walked, the more difficult it was to jump over realms to fight. This was because the higher one reached, the greater the gap between realms would become, and the higher the disparity in cultivation. This was because those that rose higher were all top-tier geniuses when they were young. For instance, when they were in the pulse condensation period, they were also like Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu, first-class geniuses that could jump ranks to fight martial artists with higher cultivation. But to jump realms in battle when facing even more talented geniuses, this was simply harder than ascending to heaven. Thus those revolving core powerhouses who could jump realms in battle were pivotal existences within the South Horizon region. It looks like even Qianyu underestimated him. He is a true dragon within a deep pool. Soon, he will fly into the sky. It is just right that I came on this trip. No, I should have Qianyu come here personally. Mu Qinghong had a premonition that in the future, Lin Ming would become a main character who stood upon the greatest stage of the entire Sky Spill continent, leaving his name for all of eternity. Such a powerhouse would only be those supreme elders who founded their own holy lands and soared into the realm of the god. But, such mighty beings had already been absent from the South Horizon region for thousands of years. It could be said that these figures no longer existed, and shouldn't be considered. As Mu Qinghong thought this, she sent a true essence sound transmission to the maid behind her. Inform young Mistress Qianyu and have her come here personally. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.